surrogates for both parties are going to be pouring into the state because this could be potentially the race on which control of the U.S. Senate hinges.
Right, and so a lot of people around the country will be watching the Lone Star State very closely tomorrow. Just for perspective, Holly, it's been 3 decades since a Democratic candidate has won a statewide office here in Texas. Many on both sides of the aisle here think that this coming November may be their best chance to break that streak.
Jay, let me go back and ask you. So we know President Trump endorsed Ken Paxton. We know that John Thune, Senate Majority Leader, endorsed Cornyn. But we haven't heard from Governor Greg Abbott or Senator Ted Cruz. Why are we not hearing from them about endorsements?
You know, both surprisingly quiet. Look, President Trump had said just after the general election, when we found out there would be a runoff, that he hoped one of the guys would drop out and that he would endorse. He waited until very late in the game to do so. And out of respect for the White House, what I've been told is that the governor, as well as the senator, have said, we're not going to say anything until the president says anything. And now that he said something so late in such a tight race, I think both, quite frankly, politically, are waiting to see how this fares and don't want to tie their wagon to either of these candidates, though both are very committed to the president and his agenda.
It's angering either somebody who supports Trump or somebody who does is more of an establishment GOP. Let's talk about the Democrats then, because they have targeted Texas for a long time. Could this make all the difference, this race for them?
I think it could. They're going to beat up each other. They have over the last couple of months, talking about the two Republicans here, Cornyn and Paxton. They've spent a lot of money. And during that time, we've seen no real attacks from the Republicans on James Tallarico, the Democrat here. And he has raised a ton of money, $27 million just in the last quarter, over $40 million to this point overall. And he's brought in a lot of endorsements. A week or so ago, we saw the former president here, President Obama, touring some diners with him and talking to voters here. And so, yeah, I think it's going to make a big difference for him moving in. Understand, though, once we know, and hopefully that will be tomorrow, who the Republican is in this election come November, you will see an all-out blitz from Republicans on the airwaves, on the ground, really attacking Tallarico at that point.
All right, senior national correspondent Jay Gray in Austin for us. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
In 1992, Bill Clinton's presidential campaign ran on the phrase, "It's the economy, stupid." And that sentiment was true then, and it is now. As Jay was reporting, we will see how that plays out in Central Texas. Scripps News Group's Allison Hill talked to Texas farmers and families who say, look, they're being crushed by rising food and fuel costs, and that they've got a lot to think about ahead of these primaries.
Ahead of the primary runoff election.
When farmers are not able to produce because gas prices are through the roof, or seed prices are skyrocketing because transportation costs are going so high, that trickles down into our grocery stores and translates into families.
Beth Ferguson with World Hunger Relief says the impact goes far beyond the farm, as many Central Texas families continue struggling with high grocery prices and food insecurity.
This is an issue that affects all of us. When farmers can't produce, we don't have food in the grocery store.
Ferguson says local farmers need more support, not less, from both state and federal leaders. She says funding through programs like the USDA should help small and mid-sized farmers stay afloat.
We're going to have to really figure out how we can help small farmers and local farmers instead of just helping line the pockets of these big conglomerates that are taking over our farming industry.
With early voting underway, Ferguson is urging our neighbors to look closely at where candidates stand on agriculture and food access issues before heading to the polls.
Know who you're voting for. Don't assume just because you voted one way or another in the past that that is going to be a great way to vote this year.
All week, we have been helping you find summer savings, starting with your backyard barbecue. Scripps News Group consumer reporter John Matarese looks for thrifty but tasty ways to save on your next grill out, so you don't waste your money.
Burgers, fish, steak, ribs. You know, the high cost of beef is making that summer cookout a lot less enticing this year. So we've got some great ways to grill out on a budget.
At J&W Barbecue, grilling season is underway.
Ribs, rib tips, steak burgers.
Owner Sam Moore says business is tough.
It's kind of hard.
With beef and pork prices going up.
The food is expensive right now, but, you know, we make it work somehow.
$20.
Nowhere is that more obvious than at butcher shops like Lucan Meats.
You said a baby back? Do you want to keep it whole?
Ribeye steak is $21.99 a pound. Ground chuck for burgers, $6.49 a pound. Owner Neil Lucan says he recommends ribs.
If you want to do ribs, they're still reasonably priced because they go far.
And chicken, which is slightly cheaper this spring.
You can get a nice chicken breast at a very reasonable price. You can serve people for maybe less than $5 a person if you want to do wings and breasts.
When planning your summer cookouts, Kristen McGrath with the Crazy Coupon Lady says look at deals first, then plan your menu second.
If you're strategizing around what's on sale, you are going to save yourself a lot of money.
And take advantage of all the freezer space you have.
If you buy something for Memorial Day, you find a great deal, freeze it for 4th of July.
McGrath says save on freshly grilled burgers by subbing out pricey beef.
Ground turkey and ground pork are about 30% less per pound compared to beef right now, which is very expensive.
Cynthia Bates, though, won't let inflation ruin her Memorial Day cookout.
Just because the prices is high, I'm still going to enjoy the holiday.
Just a few tweaks for summer grilling and you don't waste your money. John Mattery, Scripps News Group.
are counting down to the Scripps National Spelling Bee, always an exciting time for us. The annual event highlighting some of the smartest kids in the country. Scripps News Group's Stephanie Liebergen introduces us to one of last year's finalists who says he's been studying all year.
The 2026 Scripps National Spelling Bee kicks off Tuesday, and hundreds of kids from around the world will be competing for that championship trophy. 12-year-old Sarv from Georgia is one of just a handful of returning finalists, and he says he is ready to hit that stage again.
Dhaura, Dora. Correct.
Thank you. At just 11 years old, Sarv Darvain finished in 3rd place during last year's Scripps National Spelling Bee.
Your age at 11 has motivated so many young people to this very high level.
And he's been studying ever since.
I think it'll be as fun as it was last year this time, and I've definitely improved from then.
He spends hours every day with the Merriam-Webster Unabridged Dictionary online.
The repeating letters are pretty tricky, so I copied that and put it in immediately.
Going letter by letter, making himself a custom master spreadsheet of words to study. How many words do you have in your spreadsheet?
3,700.
That's a lot of words.
Yeah, this is my very first straight trophy.
He says reading is the key to success for any speller.
The more you read, the more you learn, and the more you learn, the more you can spell. And if you keep reading, it won't just help you spell, it'll help you do better in life.
But like most of these word wizards, he has other hobbies too, including teaching himself piano, playing basketball, and folding origami.
This is an infinity star. It rotates inward and outward.
This will be Sarv's 3rd trip to Bee Week.
3 years in a row, you've got quite a streak going on.
And as a 6th grader, he still has 2 more years of eligibility.
If you win the spelling bee, either this year, next year, the year after that, and you don't need to study for spelling bees anymore, what are you going to do with all that free time?
I'm going to focus more on my extracurricular activities. I'm probably going to play more sports than I have before.
He says knowing that he has the chance to try again helps reduce some of the pressure when he's at the mic.
Sarv will join nearly 250 other spellers in Washington, D.C., each one of them hoping to win their battle with the dictionary. Stephanie Liebergen, Scripps News Group, Dunwoody, Georgia.
A potential deal in Iran has oil prices dropping, but drivers may still be weeks away from any relief. Here's a look at what drivers are paying across the country as millions return home from the Memorial Day weekend. The only states under $4 right now are Oklahoma and Mississippi. California is averaging more than $6 a gallon of gas, and most of the western states are over $5. There are some lower prices in the plains and Midwest, but drivers in the Northeast are seeing higher than average prices as well. If you regularly order matcha teas, lattes, or smoothies from a cafe, there is something you should know. A company called SKS Copac has recalled several drink powders due to salmonella concerns. The problem traces back to contaminated dry milk powder from one of its suppliers. The products are sold primarily to restaurants and cafes, but also directly to consumers through the Angel Specialty Products website. And finally, Baby Yoda is the king of the weekend box office. The Mandalorian and Grogu soaring into theaters with a $100 million opening weekend. The thriller Obsession was 2nd over the holiday weekend, and the Michael Jackson biopic was 3rd.
Headed to a national park this summer? Well, remember to be bear aware. Coming up, the simple steps that you can take to keep your family safe and the bears away during your adventure.
A safety feature Congress said would be in all new cars by now still is not. It's designed to stop drunk drivers, but federal officials say the technology just is not ready. In 2021, Congress passed a law requiring new vehicles to have a built-in system that detects drunk drivers. If a driver is impaired, it could stop the car or restrict certain functions. Earlier this year, though, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration told Congress the technology is not accurate enough, adding that even if it were 99.9% accurate, it would still wrongly flag millions of drivers or miss impaired ones entirely. Congress has until 2031 to set the standard for the technology, but regardless, the law says automakers must have it in all new cars by the end of next year.
If you're planning a getaway to one of America's national parks this summer, keep in mind, you're not only sharing the trails with the millions who are planning a trip, but you may also be sharing them with bears. The National Park Service is launching a new campaign to highlight bear safety as summer crowds arrive. Rangers say bears are most active this time of year, so it's crucial to stay alert, make noise on the trail, and always hike in groups when possible. Here are a few tips. Carry bear spray and know how to use it. Store all food securely and never approach or feed wildlife, even if it's for a quick photo. Other safety tips are a little different depending on the type of bear. If you see a black bear, make yourself look big, wave your arms, and make noise. In most cases, black bears can be scared off by shouting. If a black bear attacks, fight back using any object available. And if you see a brown or grizzly bear, stay calm, don't run. Try not to make any eye contact. Back away slowly and talk softly. If a grizzly bear charges or attacks, play dead, lie flat on your stomach, and protect your neck. Following these guidelines protects both you and the bears themselves, helping to ensure future generations of humans and bears can safely enjoy our national parks.
Scientists are learning what many pet owners have long suspected. Animals can feel happiness, excitement, and even joy. And it's not just cats and dogs. A wave of new studies shows that animals around the world share behaviors linked to joy, like dolphin calves leaping, or pigeons cooing, or a good meal. Researchers say play is one big indicator. When animals chase, tumble, or engage in games, it's often tied to pleasure, not just part of development. Through observing animals in their natural habitats, scientists have spotted everything from rats giggling when tickled to elephants using their trunks to hug. These discoveries go beyond curiosity. They're changing the way zoos, veterinarians, and even lawmakers think about animal welfare and happiness. Experts say understanding animal emotions can help people build stronger bonds with their pets and shape how we care for wildlife everywhere. So whether you're watching birds in your backyard or a puppy at play, scientists say there's a real joy in these animal antics and plenty we can learn from it.
First night when we jumped in the ocean, I'm still drenched to the bone, with the thrill of new heights to launch off of. Now it's all that I know. I can't promise to stay out the deep end. I was born to go where the blood in my veins rushes off to somewhere new and unknown. I've a fire that won't fade. I won't ever shy away. I'll keep pushing till one day they'll be walking the trail I blazed.
break, a live look at today's top stories. On the ground, breaking stories. This is Scripps News on the Scene.
Welcome back to On the Scene. I'm Holly Furfer in Atlanta. It's 3 p.m. in the East Coast, and every Memorial Day, we pause for a 1-minute remembrance at 3 p.m. for the National Moment of Remembrance. And we'll do that now as we take a look at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. President Trump and his cabinet were in Arlington earlier today to honor those who died serving the nation. Each year, presidents participate in the wreath-laying ceremony at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth took a moment to remember the 13 U.S. soldiers who have died in the Iran war. Most of them died in the opening days of Operation Epic Fury.
Thank you for joining us to remember our fallen warriors, from the sacred names of bygone eras to the 13 souls of Epic Fury. On this sacred occasion for our nation, we take the day for memories of our very best. They now lie in silent rows here at Arlington in more than 170 national cemeteries throughout our nation and across 17 countries around the world. They answered the call when it mattered the most.
And in other news, congressional stock trading is fueling bitter fights in Democratic primary races across the country. In Texas, former Senate candidate Colin Allred is challenging Representative Julie Johnson over stock trades involving a data firm tied to the Trump administration. Similar battles are playing out in New York, California, and Utah. Those fights reflect a broader push by Democrats to sharpen an anti-corruption message ahead of the midterm elections. President Trump is having his annual physical and dental exam later this week at Walter Reed National Medical Center. The president will also meet with service members and staffers, according to a White House statement. The appointment is scheduled for Tuesday. Trump's last trip to Walter Reed was in October when he reportedly received an MRI scan. And new this afternoon, Scripps News is unearthing new details about a man accused of shooting at Secret Service over the weekend near the White House. That suspect, killed in an exchange of gunfire, was under an order to stay away from the White House after previous run-ins with Secret Service. Scripps News investigative correspondent Patrick Terpstra live for us now in our D.C. newsroom with the latest. And Patrick, you also learned there was a warrant out for the man's arrest.
Yeah, that's right, Holly. This was a federal judge that gave this warrant. This was a misdemeanor unlawful entry of private property charge from the summer after two incidents where this suspect was on the grounds just outside the White House along the security perimeter. Twice he was arrested over the summer for being there, and that is why this judge issued not just this warrant for his arrest, but also a stay-away order that didn't seem to work because it was just Saturday night when he came back again. This time he had a gun.
Deal is close. This was the moment U.S. Secret Service says a gunman opened fire near the White House on Saturday evening. Reporters on the North Lawn ordered to sprint inside for cover. The Secret Service saying a man pulled a gun out of his bag and began firing at a White House security perimeter on Pennsylvania Avenue. Secret Service police shot back, hitting the suspect, later pronounced dead at a hospital. A bystander also struck, treated for non-life-threatening injuries. No word yet on whether that person was hit by the gunman or Secret Service. Law enforcement says the suspect was Nasir Best, 21 years old. According to court records, he'd been arrested last July for attempting to enter through a different White House checkpoint. At the time, he claimed he was Jesus and said he wanted to be arrested. The shooting marks the third time in a month gunshots were fired in an area around the president. President Trump was inside the White House Saturday.
There are heavily armed White House police there around the corner in the driveway. There's not a shot that you could fire towards the residents from 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue.
In April, an armed man ran past a security checkpoint at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And earlier this month, Secret Service agents shot a man near the Washington Monument who allegedly opened fire after an agent confronted him.
And in court documents, the suspect's address is listed as Dundalk, Maryland, which is a suburb of Baltimore. Again, even though he had had those two arrests at the White House complex from last summer, neither of them rose to the level of a felony. So he was someone that the Secret Service knew about and had gone out of its way to get that stay-away order in place. But it's not someone who had ever committed a crime that was a felony. And still a lot of questions right now, Holly, about exactly what was his motive for coming to the White House with a gun. But clearly this is someone who had many times tried to gain access to the White House for whatever reason.
And Patrick, the president is using the shooting as another opportunity to call for his ballroom project to move forward. But the shooter never really actually got close to the White House, did he?
Oh, that's correct, Holly. The ballroom is being built on the east side of the White House where the East Wing was. This shooting actually took place on the west side of the White House, and not just on that side, but about a block farther to the west. This is an area that has a checkpoint for pedestrians and vehicles that is by design a good distance away from the White House. In fact, where the shooting took place, you can't even see the White House itself. But still, this is something that the president is using to point to this ballroom project, which includes $1 billion in security upgrades if Congress allocates the money. He's using this just like he did with the White House Correspondents' Center to say these are incidents of violence that point to the need of that fortified ballroom space. Time will tell if that argument carries any weight in Congress, which left town last week for the Memorial Day holiday without giving the president the $1 billion he's asking for that ballroom, Holly.
And I guess time will tell if they want to introduce any kind of gun legislation as well in tandem with all of this. Scripps News investigative correspondent Patrick Terpstra. Thank you, Patrick. Memorial Day is the nation's annual day to both mourn and honor servicemen and women who died for this country. It's often confused for Veterans Day, but Memorial Day has a much more somber feeling because it is for those who never made it back home, which is why we don't say Happy Memorial Day. Instead, we say we wish you a meaningful Memorial Day and thank the family and the friends of those who made the ultimate sacrifice. And one of those who we thank is decorated U.S. Top Gun fighter pilot Matthew Wiz Buckley, who is with us now. Wiz is also the founder of Sacred Warrior Fellowship. Welcome here, and again, thank you for your service.
Good to see you, Holly. Thank you.
So on Memorial Day, we think about the men and women who died while serving and protecting our country. But in reality, there are so many veterans who make it home physically, some with permanent physical injuries, but many with PTSD, traumatic brain injury, addiction, and depression. So what do you wish civilians better understood about what veterans carry home with them?
It's a great question, Holly. And let me, some folks do say, Happy Memorial Day, and it's okay. I channel my inner General Patton if they say that. He said, it is foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died. Rather, we should thank God that such men lived. And if General Patton were alive today, I'm sure he would say women as well. So if you slip with a Happy Memorial Day, it's okay. God forbid, if I lost my life, I wouldn't expect folks to be too sad today because I sacrificed my life for all of these freedoms. Now, as far as all of those injuries, you nailed it, especially with Operation Epic Fury, a lot of drone strikes. We have hundreds of potential traumatic brain injuries. And one little adjustment us in the veteran communities ask folks to do, please drop the D. It's not a disorder, it's an injury. So we actually, at No Fallen Heroes, for the past 5 years, we've been trying to get folks to say post-traumatic stress injury, because we kind of don't like being thought of as some sort of disorder. But as you and I have talked about in the past at the No Fallen Heroes Foundation, we're putting the ladder down to alternative therapies. I never thought 5 years ago when I traveled to Mexico with Marcus Luttrell, famous Navy SEAL, that 5 years later, almost to the day, Holly, that I'd be in the Oval Office with the President of the United States as he signed that executive order on Ibogaine recently. So we're getting there, but we're not close.
Tell us more, if you would, about No Fallen Heroes.
So the No Fallen Heroes Foundation gives grants to veterans, first responders, and their families, because as you alluded to, they serve too. Gold Star parents, families who have really borne the ultimate sacrifice. And we provide grants for them to go potentially heal with psychedelic-assisted therapy. And these compounds have been used for millennia in cultures around the world to heal. Holly, my 5-year anniversary was a couple days ago, May 20th of 2021. It was not fun. It was not recreational. I've done some challenging things in my life, and this was without a doubt one of the most challenging. It destroyed alcohol in my life, and it healed probably 30 to 40 years of childhood trauma and also military trauma as well. So last month when the president signed the executive order on Ibogaine, it was pretty incredible. It was a very surreal moment to be in the Oval Office with the president, some other Navy SEALs as he signed this, and we're gonna move the ball forward. Clearly, Holly, with the suicide numbers staying the same, if not in my opinion, getting worse, when in a hole, cease digging. Stop doing what we're doing and let's try something else.
And Ibogaine being a treatment. I want to talk about your personal experience. You flew 44 combat sorties in the Middle East, and you've spoken openly about your own struggles after service. When did you first realize that high performance and inner suffering can coexist?
Well, Holly, probably laying on a bathroom floor as I was getting ready to check out during one of my dark nights of the soul. I was suffering in silence. I thought I was alone. So in addition to losing 16 fellow aviators and aircrew during 15 years of flying fighters, I've lost 4 F-18 brothers to suicide along the way. One of them was my best friend. He was a groomsman in my wedding. Beautiful bride and 5 kids, and decided to check out, and it absolutely heartbreaking. But Holly, in addition to all of that trauma, guess what happens as a fighter pilot, as a Navy fighter pilot? We fight the jet on the edge of consciousness. I would pull up to 7, 8, 9 Gs. The human body is not designed to fight a fighter jet on the edge of consciousness. And then as a naval aviator, every landing aboard the aircraft carrier is a car crash. I've experienced hundreds of car crashes. Imagine sitting in your driveway and having a crane take you and your car up to the 2nd story and dropping you. That's the equivalent force. So my body was pretty beat up, my mind was pretty beat up, and my soul was pretty beat up too. And this ibogaine treatment, like I said, it was a 14-hour experience, and it cleaned up a lot of that stuff in my life. I'm not one to use this term lightly. I was born again. It saved and changed my life.
Wiz, you know, we here in society, we say thank you for your service, but what responsibility do we have? Do we have as a society beyond simply saying thank you?
Holly, I'm so glad you asked that. This is awesome. Me and my fellow veterans love when folks say that, hey, thank you for your service. Do me a favor going forward. Put a comma after that. Do you need anything? Are you good? Can I help you? And I guarantee you, Holly, you might just save a life in that moment. So instead of leaving like that hanging Chad, because as veterans, we kind of feel a little awkward, like you're welcome type of thing, ask them, look them right in the eye and say, you good? Do you need anything? Can I help? And that could potentially save and change a life right there, I guarantee you.
Great advice. Decorated U.S. Top Gun fighter pilot Matthew "Wiz" Buckley, as always, so great to talk to you. We appreciate you. We look forward to having you back time and time again here on Scripps News. Thank you for your service. You doing all right, Matthew?
I'm good, Holly. Thanks for asking. God bless.
Wonderful. Thank you, Wiz.
News, part of the Scripps News Group.
A Claire C. Small. ECLAIRCISSEMENT. A Claire C. Small.
That is correct.
That was the thrill of victory for last year's Scripps National Spelling Bee champion, the nation's largest and longest running and most prestigious educational competition for more than 100 years. And we are just weeks away from more than 200 young spellers to take their shot at the crown. And joining us now is the new host of the 2026 Scripps National Spelling Bee, ESPN senior writer and Emmy Award winner, Mina Kimes. Thank you so much for being here. So great to see you.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
So I just have to ask, you went from a school spelling bee contestant yourself to hosting this national championship. So does this feel like a full circle moment, or is this something that's completely surreal to you?
A little bit, but I was nowhere near the caliber speller of these kids. So it's only a full circle insofar as I get to revisit some of the excitement I felt around, more so than competing in bees, actually just watching them growing up. I thought these were the coolest kids on earth, and just to be a part of their journey, to celebrate them, to bring their stories to life for viewers, that's what I'm looking forward to the most.
And Mina, is there a word that you remember that might have knocked you out of the competition that haunts you today? Just have to know.
You know, people have asked me that. I actually don't remember, which I know sounds crazy, and I know these kids all remember the words that they've lost on over the years so vividly. I'm gonna have to check with my parents, because obviously I did lose a lot along the way, but I don't remember my losing words.
Oh, that's good to know then. See, no PTSD for you. All right, you've covered the NFL, but now you're covering elite teenage spellers, so I just have to know, which group is more intense?
You know, I think the spellers are equally intense. I'll say equally. And watching them, and I've been, as I do in my job at ESPN, kind of grinding the tape of spelling bees past, you see some similar traits, specifically the preparation, which really manifests itself, I think, in those moments where they're asking for information, puzzling out the words, but also the competitive spirit and the calm they bring. I mean, that's probably what amazes me the most, right? We're talking about kids 11, 12, 13, 14 who are like ice cold on the stage. And I think that's so similar to elite athletes, and there's a lot of parallels between the two.
Focus and composure, yeah. And speaking of preparedness, sports fans know you are incredibly prepared. Did your spelling bee background help shape that competitive side?
I think competing in bees growing up certainly helped, and doing various academic competitions, because one thing you learn is how much preparation matters. The other thing you learn is, as smart and prepared as you think you are, there are many kids in the country who are also smart and prepared. And I think that's one of the cool things about Bee Week, right? Is all of these kids getting to come to Washington, D.C. and meet each other, especially coming from hometowns maybe where they haven't run into kids who are, you know, involved in activities like this. I think it's just a really cool experience for everyone.
You know, you're famous for detailed football analysis, so have you already started scouting spelling bee contenders like NFL draft prospects, perhaps?
I have, thanks to the help of the Scripps folks as well. They've been sending over dossiers. You know this, there's contenders every year, kids who made it to the semis or even the top 10 last year who will be competing again this year. It is kind of like, you know, when you're watching college football and someone says, that kid's gonna be a top 10 draft pick next season. And that's something I didn't really know too, the level of detailed knowledge that the spelling bee folks have about who the competitors are around the country, you know, who has shown mastery already, even at a young age. It helps me do my job because I get to show up at Bee Week armed with some information about who we might see at the end.
Serious business here, you know. We are so excited to watch. Mina Kimes, thank you so much for joining us today. Have fun hosting. We can't wait to watch you and all the bee contestants starting on May 26th on Scripps Sports, and the semifinals, by the way, and the finals on ION. So you can go to spellingbee.com for more information. And Mina, we will see you then.
Thank you so much.
The Scripps National Spelling Bee is live for a 2-night event. You can watch the Spelling Bee final on Scripps Sports Network or ION starting Wednesday, March 27th at 8 p.m. No, I'm sorry, starting this week. And we'll also have live reports from the Scripps Spelling Bee with Stephanie Liebergen and Kadia Tubman. So watch us here. It's going to be fun.
They're already changing lives for diabetes and weight loss, and now research suggests GLP-1 drugs may offer another surprising benefit. According to the American Society of Clinical Oncology, GLP-1 drugs could slow cancer progression in some patients. The biggest impacts have been seen in lung and breast cancers. Scientists believe the medications may cut off the tumor's energy supplies or boost the body's immune defenses. But it's too early to recommend GLP-1s as cancer therapy. But experts say the results are encouraging. Mental health challenges are touching more lives than ever. Nearly 1.2 billion people worldwide are now living with a mental disorder. According to a new study published in the journal The Lancet, that's an over 95% increase since 1990. Anxiety and depression have seen the largest increases. Researchers say it's fueled by a mix of pandemic stress, economic pressures, and social isolation. The biggest shift? A peak among teenagers and young adults. Experts say while awareness and diagnoses are improving, access to care still lags far behind. A potential breakthrough in weight loss treatment. Eli Lilly says its drug, retatrutide, helped people shed up to 30% of their body weight in its latest trial. That's about 85 pounds. Those numbers rival bariatric surgery results, which help people lose on average 25 to 35% of their total body weight within 1 to 2 years. Doctors say it could help patients with severe obesity and possibly those who don't get results from current GLP-1 medications. Lilly has not yet filed for FDA approval for the new drug.
After the break, a live look at today's top stories. This is Scripps News on the Scene.
Welcome back to On the Scene. I'm Holly Furfer in Atlanta with a look at the headlines this half hour. Gas prices today, $4.50 a gallon for regular gas, says AAA. This time last year, it was $3.18. And if you're among the millions who will hit the road this Memorial Day weekend, you might want to hold off loading the car. AAA says the worst time to travel today is somewhere between noon and 5 p.m., wherever your local time. And with gas prices the way they are, you might want to snag another burger and hot dog to buy yourself some time. 50,000 people in Southern California are waiting to find out if they can return home, even though the risk of a catastrophic explosion from a damaged chemical tank has been eliminated. Inspectors worked overnight to thoroughly check that chemical tank at an aerospace facility in Garden Grove. It had overheated on Thursday and began leaking vapors. The chief explains residents cannot get home until it is 100% safe to do so.
Our goal is to get them back in their homes, get them back to their normal life. But we can't do that until the threat of life safety has been completely eliminated. So after the last 2 nights of our operations, we are working on getting them back. We're not there yet. We still have some more work to do. We're still vetting and validating all the information we received yesterday, but we definitely are working on a plan, trying to get them back, but our evacuation zones are still in place.
Rogers is coming back to mailboxes across America. The beloved Mr. Rogers stamp won the U.S. Postal Service's Stamp Encore contest with more than 500,000 votes cast by the public. The original stamp sold out within weeks of its debut in 2018, and now the reissued Forever stamp is part of the Postal Service's 250th anniversary celebration and will go on sale nationwide June 1st. People living in Nashville are fighting to change the way certain veterans are classified. People who died in combat but had no family to lay them to rest were officially called unclaimed veterans. But a crowd of strangers recently gathered to make sure 3 veterans received the final honors they so deserved. Scripps News Group's Catherine Stewart was there.
We live in a nation that is free. That freedom comes at a price. That price is paid by the men and women that serve in the armed forces, men and women that place commitment and conviction before convenience.
No one stepped forward to claim the remains, so we're doing a ceremony here to honor these 3 veterans that don't have anyone to, sit in for them on their last send-off here.
There was a service today for 3 veterans who had their family, and we just felt we were good to be here.
The least we can do as a country is to, give them a proper and respectful final rites.
My brother was in Vietnam, and I know what he went through. Ken, my father, my uncles. So I would want someone to be there for them.
It's about family, and those that were honored today had no family here. So we wanted to be a part of that, to be their family today.
As a chaplain, of course, it makes me sad knowing that there will probably be one person sitting right there who didn't know them, that is there just to receive the flag. And you think about the service that these men did, and in the end, no brother, no sister, no father, no mother to honor them, to mourn them, to even remember them. Apparently, they had more fathers and mothers and brothers and sisters than anyone could have possibly imagined. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
We were going to be here whether it was snowing, raining, sleet, hail, didn't matter.
Thank you so much.
Take a minute during this weekend to thank them for all they've done.
You see a veteran today, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, thank them.
Health officials in the Democratic Republic of Congo have intensified efforts to stop the spread of the Ebola outbreak after more than 900 cases were reported over the weekend. And they are working very closely with experts from the World Health Organization and the Africa Centers for Disease Control. They have sent a group of rapid response teams to help in this effort to stop this disease from spreading further. They have set up tents for isolating patients. They have stepped up testing, contact tracing, and surveillance at the border crossings to ensure that this disease does not spread to neighboring countries. We have heard that there are 3 new cases that were reported in Uganda, and Uganda has decided to suspend any public transport from the DRC to their country. Authorities here are very concerned that this outbreak has happened in a conflict area where there are quite a number of rebel groups who have been competing over the control of mining sites. That area is very rich in gold, and so they have urged the government to step up security, send in more soldiers there to help the healthcare workers who are trying to trace contacts of Ebola patients. And the United Nations peacekeeping mission, MONUSCO, has also committed to helping the DRC to secure the health workers over there. Chris Ochamringa, Scripps News Group, Kinshasa.
There are still more questions than answers when it comes to the state's failed attempt to execute Tony Carruthers. Everybody, I'm Chris Davis at the Capitol. The failed attempt highlights big concerns about the state's lethal injection protocol and what this means for all the other inmates on death row.
I've never seen one that's been quite as calamitous as this. This is virtually unprecedented in Tennessee.
Attorney David Rabin has followed death row cases for decades. As a young prosecutor, he helped craft Tennessee's 1976 death penalty statute.
But this particular execution was bungled from the start.
The longer it went, the more we started to think something was up.
Stephen Hale, with our news partners at the Nashville Banner, witnessed the execution attempt, but he didn't see a thing.
They never opened the curtain, so we never saw Mr. Carruthers. We just heard his voice and his attorney's voice and some commotion.
The Tennessee Department of Corrections says they set up a primary IV line for the lethal injection, but not the required backup line. The team continued attempts, including inserting a central line, without success. Ultimately, the execution was called off. Carruthers' attorney says the team punctured her client repeatedly for more than an hour in the arms, feet, hands, chest, and shoulder.
A few minutes after that, heard Mr. Carruthers groaning. I say we heard him groaning. We thought it was him. We couldn't see.
Rabin says if Carruthers experienced significant pain, it could prevent the state from executing him again.
You're going to see a host of lawsuits filed by this person asking that the execution never occur because he endured so much anguish at the time of this proceeding that maybe they'll argue that he was punished enough.
Governor Bill Lee issued Carruthers a rare year-long reprieve, not just a few weeks. Rabin says that's telling.
Is it entirely possible we could see another big delay in a lot of Tennessee's executions to revisit this protocol?
You're absolutely going to see a delay. I mean, if the governor stayed this man's execution for a year, everybody else is going to say, I want at least a year's delay until they sort out the problems with him.
Chris Davis, Scripps News Group.
The memorial here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway continues to grow throughout the day as racing fans come pouring in to pay their respects to the late Kyle Busch.
I think Kyle Busch probably goes on the Mount Rushmore of sports or athletes or whatever out of Las Vegas.
For this city, he was our guy. He was our guy. I mean, he didn't have the best of luck here, but you always rooted for him. I mean, I'm wearing what I rooted for him every time I come to the track. I only thought appropriate to wear this here.
It was here at the Bull Ring where many fans of racing in Las Vegas first heard the name Kyle Busch, many becoming lifelong fans.
You know, you're his brother, my twin brother was just a big fan of Kurt Busch, and him saying that his little brother's is better than him and all that. And so I was a fan before he even made it up there.
And despite all the success, 2 NASCAR Series championships, 234 trips to victory lane in NASCAR's 3 National Touring Series, more than any driver in history, he never forgot where he grew up.
He was a great friend to Las Vegas. Anytime I ever said, Kyle, can you help us out to do some media? Can you help us out to do an appearance? In 26 plus years I was there, I don't remember him ever saying no.
And aside from the wins, Kyle was known for his tenacious personality, earning the nicknames Rowdy and Wild Thing. That will to win was on display from the beginning and never faded.
It just was like this steeliness inside of him that, like, don't challenge me. I might be 16 years old, but once I get my hands on the steering wheel and I get buckled in that seat, I'm as good as anybody on this racetrack.
It's a sport for everyone, and I think Kyle, with his bright colors and his harsh attitude, I think exemplified that better than anyone ever possibly could.
He was, could he be a polarizing figure sometimes? Absolutely. But that's part of what made him great.
Every part of Kyle was so raw and emotive.
Win or nothing. I loved it. The winning. That's all that mattered to him. That's all that mattered to him. I hope his kid carries it on.
Kyle was the driver of the number 8 car. On Friday, Richard Childress Racing announcing that the number 8 will be reserved for Kyle's son Brexton, an up-and-coming driver in the racing world.
Headed to a national park this summer? Well, remember to be bear aware. Coming up, the simple steps that you can take to keep your family safe and the bears away during your adventure.
A safety feature Congress said would be in all new cars by now still is not. It's designed to stop drunk drivers, but federal officials say the technology just is not ready. In 2021, Congress passed a law requiring new vehicles to have a built-in system that detects drunk drivers. If a driver is impaired, it could stop the car or restrict certain functions. Earlier this year, though, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration told Congress the technology is not accurate enough, adding that even if it were 99.9% accurate, it would still wrongly flag millions of drivers or miss impaired ones entirely. Congress has until 2031 to set the standard for the technology, but regardless, the law says automakers must have it in all new cars by the end of next year.
If you're planning a getaway to one of America's national parks this summer, keep in mind, you're not only sharing the trails with the millions who are planning a trip, but you may also be sharing them with bears. The National Park Service is launching a new campaign to highlight bear safety as summer crowds arrive. Rangers say bears are most active this time of year, so it's crucial to stay alert, make noise on the trail, and always hike in groups when possible. Here are a few tips. Carry bear spray and know how to use it. Store all food securely and never approach or feed wildlife, even if it's for a quick photo. Other safety tips are a little different depending on the type of bear. If you see a black bear, make yourself look big, wave your arms, and make noise. In most cases, black bears can be scared off by shouting. If a black bear attacks, fight back using any object available. And if you see a brown or grizzly bear, stay calm, don't run. Try not to make any eye contact. Back away slowly and talk softly. If a grizzly bear charges or attacks, play dead, lie flat on your stomach, and protect your neck. Following these guidelines protects both you and the bears themselves, helping to ensure future generations of humans and bears can safely enjoy our national parks.
Scientists are learning what many pet owners have long suspected. Animals can feel happiness, excitement, and even joy. And it's not just cats and dogs. A wave of new studies shows that animals around the world share behaviors linked to joy, like dolphin calves leaping, or pigeons cooing, or a good meal. Researchers say play is one big indicator. When animals chase, tumble, or engage in games, it's often tied to pleasure, not just part of development. Through observing animals in their natural habitats, scientists have spotted everything from rats giggling when tickled to elephants using their trunks to hug. These discoveries go beyond curiosity. They're changing the way zoos, veterinarians, and even lawmakers think about animal welfare and happiness. Experts say understanding animal emotions can help people build stronger bonds with their pets and shape how we care for wildlife everywhere. So whether you're watching birds in your backyard or a puppy at play, scientists say there's a real joy in these animal antics and plenty we can learn from it.
The 2026 Scripps National Spelling Bee kicks off Tuesday, and hundreds of kids from around the world will be competing for that championship trophy. 12-year-old Sarv from Georgia is one of just a handful of returning finalists, and he says he is ready to hit that stage again.
D-H-A-U-R-A, Dora. Correct. Thank you.
At just 11 years old, Sarv Darvain finished in 3rd place during last year's Scripps National Spelling Bee.
Your age at 11 has motivated so many young people to this very high level.
And he's been studying ever since.
I think it'll be as fun as it was last year this time, and I've definitely improved from then.
He spends hours every day with the Merriam-Webster Unabridged Dictionary online.
The repeating letters are pretty tricky, so I copied that and put it in immediately.
Going letter by letter, making himself a custom master spreadsheet of words to study. How many words do you have in your spreadsheet?
3,700.
That's a lot of words.
Yeah, this is my very first straight trophy.
He says reading is the key to success for any speller.
The more you read, the more you learn, and the more you learn, the more you can spell. And if you keep reading, it won't just help you spell, it'll help you do better in life.
But like most of these word wizards, he has other hobbies too, including teaching himself piano, playing basketball, and folding origami.
This is the infinity star. It rotates inward and outward.
This will be Sarv's third trip to Bee Week.
3 years in a row, you've got quite a streak going on.
And as a 6th grader, he still has 2 more years of eligibility.
If you win the spelling bee, either this year, next year, the year after that, and you don't need to study for spelling bees anymore, what are you going to do with all that free time?
I'm going to focus more on my extracurricular activities. I'm probably going to play more sports than I have before.
He says knowing that he has the chance to try again helps reduce some of the pressure when he's at the mic. Sarv will join nearly 250 other spellers in Washington, D.C., each one of them hoping to win their battle with the dictionary. Stephanie Liebergen, Scripps News Group, Dunwoody, Georgia.
First night when we jumped in the ocean, I'm still drenched to the bone with the thrill of new heights to launch off of. Now it's all that I know. I can't promise to stay out the deep end. I was born to go where the blood in my veins rushes off to somewhere new and unknown. I've a fire that won't fade. I won't ever shy away. I'll keep pushing till one day they'll be walking the trail I My head's down, my eyes are up, I'm gonna be the first to climb this mountain. My feet ache, my hands are sore, as far as I'm concerned, it's my reward. I'm pushing forward. I've a fire that won't fade. I've a fire.
After the break, a live look at today's top stories.
London, England. A vibrant financial centre where steel and glass palaces rise from the banks of the River Thames, which winds through the bustling capital city that 8 million people call home.
A massive fire right now in a West London tower block. We'll speak to our reporter live at the scene. The London Fire Brigade right now dealing with a serious fire in a tower block, Grenfell Tower, 23-storey residential block flats in Kensington.
On the 14th of June 2017, just before 1 a.m., a fire broke out inside apartment 16 on the 4th floor of a 23-storey high-rise tower block in West London known as the Grenfell Tower. Within 20 minutes, the whole building was ablaze. The building materials and cladding used in a controversial renovation burnt like a match. 72 people died in the catastrophe.
We're stuck on the 23rd floor! Alarm!
When I saw the fire, I said, bloody hell, now the fire is, that's when, I got a bit more nervous.
The cladding system on Grenfell was such that once it had caught fire, that building was going to go up, I think, like a tinderbox. But that didn't mean that the people in it had to die.
The Grenfell Tower fire was the worst peacetime residential fire in London for 100 years. An extraordinary number of events led to the disaster and subsequent high death toll. A public inquiry is underway, and much has been revealed about the dynamics of what went wrong that night. And yet hundreds of buildings are still at risk of a similar fire wherever private interests eat away at social housing to maximize profits at the cost of lives.
Fire Brigade.
Yeah, hello, hi. In the fire, flat 16 Greenfield Tower.
Sorry, a fire where?
Flat 16 Greenfield Tower.
Within 6 minutes of the call from the Ethiopian-born taxi driver in whose flat the fire began, the first responders were on the scene at the Grenfell Tower residential block in the London borough of Kensington and Chelsea. They thought they had put out the fire, but as these thermal images show, burning material was dripping from the cladding panel outside the window. To the surprise of the firemen on scene, the fire swept upwards from flat 16 to the roof of the tower in a mere 20 minutes, trapping hundreds of people in this remodeled relic of the 1970s. Antonio Roncolato was in his flat on the 10th floor when he was awoken at about 1:30 a.m. by a text from his son.
At around 1:40, Christopher, my son, came back from his work. After he finished work, he went for a couple of drinks, and then he came back by car, by minicab. So, and on the way back, he got a phone call from one of his cousins telling him that Grenfell Tower is burning. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Grenfell Tower was ablaze, and he could not, he said, what are you talking about? So basically, he reached the foot of Grenfell Tower, and straight away he called me and he told me, Father, get out of there because the tower is burning. And basically, I was asleep. I was deep asleep. And so I answered the phone and I said, what are you talking about, Christopher?
More firemen rushed to the scene and began attacking the fire from the outside. But after initially spreading vertically on the east face to the roof, it then spread horizontally when the cladding lining on the crown architectural detail burned and melted down around the top of the building, allowing fire to then start spreading downward on the other three faces as well.
A few minutes after, Christopher sent me a photo, and I've got it on my phone. And he said, you see, I sent you a photo, did you see it? The tower is really burning. So And the tower, at that stage, 140, 145, was already, the east side of the tower was already, the left east side of the tower was already ablaze all the way up to the last floor.
The apartments filled with dark, toxic smoke as flames crept in through vents and cracks in the window framing. Later, fire roared into the apartments after the heat of the blaze simply burst through windows.
I got ready, I dressed up, I put together my some important documents, my phone, laptop in a rucksack in order to say, now I'm going out. You know, so, and I put a cap and everything. So then I said, okay, let me assess, you know, what the situation is like in the stairway, in the hallway, you know. So I touched my front door, and it was very warm. And as I opened, a lot of I could see nothing. It was totally pitch black. The smoke the big puff of smoke that came in was so strong that made me close the door straight away. It was very hot, very strong. It was like if you're hit by a gas that you cannot breathe anymore.
On the other side of the building, many residents still had no idea of the disaster unfolding. When they found out, many chose to follow the fire brigade's protocol and stayed put, as emergency dispatchers instructed them and as notices posted on each floor advised.
So Christopher kept on calling me, and then he passed me on to the fire marshal, and I said, look, I'm on the 10th floor. I explained to them where I was located, and I said, I'm on the 10th floor. I cannot go outside. It's very dangerous. There is a lot of smoke. It's almost impossible. So I need help to get out of here. I said, okay, mate, stay put. We know you're there. Somebody's coming to get you.
250 firemen were deployed during the emergency. What greeted them was nothing they had ever seen. More was going wrong than they could handle in one night.
At one stage, around 2:30, it was still very dark outside. I realized that there is smoke coming in from the ledges of the windows. Brand new windows just installed a year and a half before. So basically, I could see puffs of smoke coming in. And when I saw it, I could not believe it. And I said, my God, what is going on? There should be no smoke coming in. There should be no air. It should be airtight, this place. And it wasn't. So I went to the bathroom. I went to the, I grabbed clothes, towels, and bed linen, whatever I had. I went to the bathroom and I put everything in the bathtub, make everything wet. And when because I wanted to put around the window ledges in order to stop the smoke from coming in. But when I came back, the flat was, the living room especially, was totally filled up with grey smoke.
Over the next 6 hours, the inferno killed 72 people, some of London's most vulnerable citizens, victims of dozens of failures in Britain's social housing policies and of a political class that ignored dire warnings of catastrophe on the horizon.
Jumped up while on the flat.
fire in apartment 16 on the 4th floor on the eastern side of Grenfell Tower spread to the outside, and within 20 minutes, the flames had reached the 23rd floor. And were burning and melting the cladded architectural crown detail installed during renovation to make it look more attractive. Today, the blackened, hollow shell of Grenfell Tower is masked in white plastic sheeting, a grim monument to decades of urban planning failures. The Grenfell Tower stands in the northwest corner of the Kensington and Chelsea borough of London, on the Lancaster West estate. It was owned by the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea, the richest in England, but was managed by the privately owned Kensington and Chelsea Tenant Management Organisation, or KCTMO. In this highly priced West London borough, the average selling price of a home is nearly £1 million. These subsidised dwellings stood on some of the most prized land in the UK. They were home to a happy, multi-ethnic community of families and professionals. Bramley House is the closest residential building to Grenfell Tower, just across the railway line. It is home to Samia Badani, co-chair of the North Kensington Community Association.
I remember vividly a former resident of Grenfell Tower was at work. My daughter was in a playground because at the bottom of Grenfell Tower there was a playground, and we were all our children went to that Grenfell playground. And my daughter was with her and her daughter, and my daughter fell, and then I got a call from her. I didn't know because my daughter was late. And she told me, don't worry. She's like my daughter, I'm looking after her. It was that sense of human warmth. And these were the residents of Grenfell Tower. Like this, we have a Grenfell community. They were such a big part of the makeup of this neighbourhood.
Geraldine Denning lives in another tower block in South London and is the lead architect of Architects for Social Housing, and has followed the unfolding housing crisis in London for decades.
If a fire takes place in one compartment, the compartmentation means that that fire is not allowed to spread to another one. So in a typical tower block like Grenfell Tower, each flat will be a complete compartment, and that'll be the walls and the floors and the ceilings. So of course that relies upon the fire protection between compartments. So there's always things which pass through walls and floors. So services, doors and windows, things that break the compartment. So those are obviously the key points where you have to ensure that even if the compartmentation, the strategy is adequate and sufficient and perfectly and a good strategy, all those other little details also have to support that strategy.
The building's original design had fireproofing systems to protect the residents, including a protected central hallway and stairwell equipped with extractor fans and emergency lighting.
The central circulation, the central core of Grenfell, has only one stair. That was traditional and still is current practice in the UK, because the fire stair isn't deemed in a building which is compartmentalised like that. The stair isn't used for escape, or rather not for emergency evacuation. I think that's a very important thing to consider. So when you have a building which is compartmentalised like this, the general rule is to stay put. So the idea is that if you have a fire in your compartment, the idea is to restrain the fire within that compartment.
Little more than 30 years after the tower was built, the local council began exploring ways of cashing in on the value of this prized stretch of land between Ladbroke Grove and Latimer Road tube stations. Simon Elmer co-directs the association and is the co-author of the first publicly available report on the Grenfell Tower disaster.
Sometime in the early 2000s, the Lancaster West estate, which is what Grenfell Tower sits on, and the neighbouring estate, the Silchester estate, and some of the other area around it, there was a kind of an entire area plan, was put up for regeneration. It's a poor area of Kensington-Chelsea, which is one of the richest boroughs, probably the richest borough in the UK. They did this in the middle of the financial crash, and in which, in 2007, after that, house prices in London fell for the first time since, kind of like the late 70s or something. So they came up with a revised plan. This is the council, Kensington-Chelsea Council, which was to demolish the Silchester estate still, but to refurbish the Lancaster West estate, including Grenfell Tower.
A few years before Grenfell, an area in this neighbourhood was earmarked, chosen for regeneration. But in local authority language, regeneration means knocking down buildings. It means us losing our homes. Doesn't mean reviving the area.
If they were going to start building new developments, new properties around there, residential properties, for anything between, for in that area, certainly over £1 million, maybe £750,000. People are not going to pay for those properties when they're looking across at a post-war 70s concrete council estate.
Michael Jardine is a local activist and architect who lives on the Silchester estate and opposed the controversial Notting Barns master plan.
The Notting Barns master plan was a regeneration of both estates on a loose principle that, they were at the end of their life or were perceived to have antisocial behaviour, or that the council fundamentally didn't like them and didn't see why they had to pay to maintain them when the brand of Kensington and Chelsea could be projected into this area.
One of the most hotly contested issues was the construction of a privately owned sixth form academy.
In front of the Grenfell Tower, that is as part of the Lancaster West estate, there was a large car park and a series of gardens, which were used by the local residents. The principle of building high tower blocks in the 70s was to actually free up the land around it for recreational use and all sorts of other ideas. What the council came to a decision was to sell that land for the building of a private academy school. The idea behind this, which is used on almost every council estate regeneration scheme, is what's called cross-subsidisation. You privatise part of the land, or you use council land to build market sale developments on it, residences, and then you use the profits from that to subsidise the building of whatever, council housing, affordable housing, or to refurbish council estates that you're not going to demolish.
We used to have 3 football pitches and then a massive car park. And then on the side you would have also a road that would go right next to the tower. Okay, which makes sense. You have access to the tower in case of. They said, okay, we're going to use the space because we need to build an academy in there, we need to build a school, but we're going to refurbish the tower. The tower now is standing right in a cul-de-sac, having access only from a small road, which is called Grenfell Road, with cars parked on each side. And they said, we are trapped in here.
Aesthetically, I think the cladding was originally specified by the architects of the academy to make a whole piece of the academy and the tower.
In 2012, the local council put the tower block refurbishment to tender and eventually opted for a low-cost cladding proposal aimed at improving heat efficiency and beautifying the concrete high-rise.
When you understand the way that a building, a fire system works, it's not just the individual materials, but it's also the way they work together. So what we most likely understand was that there was a piece of some kind of timber, whether it's an oriented OSB board or a ply board that was installed on the surface of the concrete. Onto that, you'd have your insulation, And onto that was the aluminium support for the cladding and the cladding itself. And it was the way in which all those different pieces of the structure worked together, which is what created the inferno.
They filled up the gaps between the concrete and this sheet of aluminium, whatever it was, that was totally flammable. And inside they put some insulation material, yeah? But also in there, they put a lot of rubbish that came from the buildings. Instead of taking it down, they would, stuff it in there. It's like putting dust under the carpet. Nobody will see it.
Given the complaints that were coming from the residents at every stage of the construction and the refurbishment of the building, the complaints of the standard of the installation, I mean, there's nothing left of the tower now to know, but in terms of it's highly likely that the standard of installation of some of these things means that a lot of the fire collars, for example, may not have been installed correctly. A lot of the intumescent strips, a lot of the fire protection strategies may well have not been installed adequately correctly. That's highly likely, given what the residents had already said.
Starting in 2012, Grenfell Tower was refurbished with a new external insulation and overcladding system, new windows and window frames with extractor fans. Refurbishment was completed in 2016 at a cost of £8.6 million, £2.5 million less than the original budget. Poor maintenance and non-compliance of some of the refurbishment materials turned a small fire into a catastrophe.
You're watching Scripps News.
The cladding itself, called Celotex, consisted of sheets of polysocyanurate glued to a plywood backing attached to the outer concrete surface of the building. This surface was protected by a Rainobond rain shield made of a sandwich of 6 millimeters of polyethylene between two 0.5 millimeter thick aluminium sheets. The original KCTMO project promised zinc outer panels with a higher fire resistance. Expert witnesses testified that cladding panels did not comply with the more rigorous standards for insulating materials on high-rise dwellings. Rather, they only complied with less rigorous specifications for outer surface building materials, even though these panels contained a highly flammable polyethylene core. According to expert reports, the hasty assembly of the cladding also left exposed polyethylene edges and removed fire-stopping mechanisms, especially along the columns running up the building. However, these were not the only factors that killed 72 people that night. Over and beyond the disastrous rain cladding, there were also weatherproofing rubber membranes, spray foam, PVC windows, silicone sealant, glues, and polystyrene window fill panels. All of these highly combustible materials were interconnected by air-filled cavities that allowed the fire to race up, down, and horizontally across the exterior of Grenfell Tower. By 1:30 a.m., the fire was out of control, but dispatchers continued to tell residents to stay put. 10 residents died trying to go down the stairs. Many were discouraged by the smoke and went upwards, but there was no way onto the roof.
I could see people waving, people calling for help, children screaming. I saw a woman at a window and she just burst into flames. It's just like a gush of fire. We felt their pain. And I think, I don't know how to explain that, but we knew they were going to die. And there's nothing we could do. They were trapped. It was an inferno.
Families with children could be seen waving from their apartments or flashing the lights on and off. At least 4 victims died after having jumped from their burning apartments. The fire brigade was forced by smoke and heat in the only central stairwell to move its command post to the bottom of the building. Rescue teams were sent to save people trapped in their apartments. The lifts did not comply with fire safety rules and were unavailable for firefighters to use. Some of the apartments had also been renumbered, and some had no numbers on their doors at all. In other cases, the stranded victims had moved to their neighbors or further up the building to the very top, where firefighters had trouble reaching them. At 2:35 a.m., the fire brigade told dispatchers that stay put was no longer an option, and residents should try to get out if possible. It was too late. 114 were still inside. Only 42 made it out alive. By 3 a.m., the fire in the Grenfell Tower had spread up the vertical columns, then horizontally around the crown, and then back down in other directions, and then, like a macabre Christmas tree, spread sideways into the apartments, one by one. These incredible infrared images from the Metropolitan Police helicopter show how the flames spread around the building. The flames spread relentlessly through air cavities, fueled by the polyethylene sandwich, melting the plastics, polycyanurate panels, and aluminium debris, eventually setting the panels on fire. An unbearable stench filled the area.
And there were gas explosions, and it felt like the tower was moving sideways, and we were quite terrified that it would collapse. We were pretty much on our own. I think we felt really unsafe. There were burning debris coming to our courtyard. It was terrible. I could, at some point, I needed to go through the police cordon, and the police officer told me, you can go, but it's at your own peril. And I went, and I saw my neighbors in shock, sheer shock.
Daniela Fetkansou is a preacher of the nearby Notting Hill Methodist Church, where much of the community assembled during the fire.
You could hear the most horrific screams, and it got to a stage anyway where we were told we had to leave because of the debris that was coming from the buildings. Don't know what they were, but they could harm us, and the fumes and that sort of thing. And the community, the people, the shock on their faces.
The rescue efforts were tireless, but slow and ineffective. Bodycam footage worn by a fire chief recorded him begging for an accurate set of floor plans from the KCTMO.
As far as I'm aware, the guy from the TMO, the MD from the TMO, has got plans on his phone, and he was looking to bring them through to somebody. So,
for what it's worth, I've got a picture from the BA in the control of the layout of a standard floor, but also we know which numbers the flats are.
Sending it on a phone is no good for me. So, and I hate to say this, and please don't record this in the minutes, but having experienced the back end of the Lacanau inquiry, having been in charge of other major incidents, I'm telling you now that the fact you have not been able to get me a set of plans, actually as a set of plans, is a major deficiency.
At 5:30, just before before my last conversation with Christopher, I saw the fire crawling down on the cladding on the outside of my son's window. So I saw and when I saw the fire, I said, bloody hell, now the fire is, that's when, I got a bit more nervous. But the fact is that then the firefighters from the high ladder, they sprayed a lot of water, and then they put off the fire, and they sprayed a lot of water into my and Christopher's bedroom as well. Only the windows were closed, but there was a little vent at the top that was open, and through that vent, a lot of water came through. But I was happy to see the water.
More had gone wrong than anyone would have imagined.
If that fire hadn't started, none of this would have happened. The next thing went wrong was that as soon as the fire was able to get outside of the building, there's a debate as to whether or not the construction of the windows, so the refurbishment of the windows, the new position of the windows was outside of the original frame of the building. The reality was it was a very hot night. And the chances were everybody's windows would have been open at that point. The new material, which was placed onto the building, did transmit the flame across its surface. One of the key mechanisms for that spread of flame was what could be understood as a series of chimneys. There were gaps which moved up through the building to enable the draft of air to pull the flames vertically up the building.
The cladding system on Grenfell was such that once it had caught fire, that building was going to go up, I think, like a tinderbox. But that didn't mean that the people in it had to die. The residents had been complaining about the poor quality of the renovation of the interior, which involved lots of fire safety measures, the securing of the compartmentalisation of it, the fact that the smoke extractors didn't work, the fact that the emergency lighting in the stairwell didn't work, the fact that, as they reported, gas mains unboxed ran down the fire stairway, which is kind of the extent of the lunacy of the refurbishment of that.
Antonio Roncolato was still alive.
Around 5:30, 6 o'clock, I had the last conversation with Christopher, and I said, Christopher, listen, I've been here for so long. They told me that they would come and get me. They told me to stay put, even though I cannot go out. And I said, I need you to, I need to speak to someone to see really what's happening. And he ran right next to the tower, and then he passed, one fire marshal or fire brigade man or something. And so I said, look, this is happening. I'm still here. You told me to stay put. And I tried twice to go out, and the smoke is horrible. So then this guy told me, it was around 6 o'clock, he told me, okay, mate, wait a second, literally like that, wait a second. So then I could hear that he was talking to someone else, He talked to two firemen, and then he said, okay, be prepared because somebody's coming to you now.
Others were talking to people trapped on the inside. Several broadcast on Facebook Live and used other social media to communicate their last desperate feelings to the world. The thoughts of those who survived went to those still trapped. At last, Antonio Roncolato was able to escape.
I got ready, and then a few minutes after, 6 o'clock, two firefighters came in to my flat. They knocked, they banged at the door. I opened it straight away, and they told me, how many of you? I said, there's only me. Right, we're going to do the following. I'm going to be in the front. You are going to be in the middle, behind me. You grab me from my jacket at the back, and my colleague is going to be in the back of you, and he will guide you through as well. So, and they said, are you ready? I said, yes. He took my hat off, and he put a wet towel that he found on the floor. He put it over me. I had a wet towel, small wet towel on my mouth, so to protect my breathing, basically. And on the way down, I stepped over a dead body. And I couldn't move any further down. So the guy behind me, he lifted my right foot, and he freed me, and then we moved on.
By failing to properly assess fire danger in the refurbished, cladded Grenfell Tower, London had failed its most vulnerable citizens, many of whom were foreigners or of non-British descent.
Watching Scripps News.
Entire families died in the Grenfell Tower fire, huddled together in their flats or fleeing down the stairwell. The nation mourned 72 dead from all over the world. Antonio Roncolato survived.
I was the one, like, don't worry, I'm here, you know, I'm fine, you know, everything is okay, I got out, you know. But it was extremely, extremely stressful. And mainly for Christopher, because Christopher was outside the tower, watching the beast burning and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Me inside, and even though I was trying to, because I had to reassure him that I was okay, that this is not my day, that I will make it, that everything's gonna be fine, that we're gonna be together again. But he was not sure.
In 2009, rain cladding on another council building, Lakanal House in southern London, caught fire. 6 people died.
After the Lakanal House fire in 2009, the coroner took about 3 years to write this report, and it made a series of recommendations. One of the key ones was that not the cause of the fire, but the virulence of the fire, how a small fire managed to kill 6 people and spread up so quickly, was that it used aluminium composite rain cladding. And this is the form that's used on the, similar form to used on the Grenfell Tower fire.
If sprinklers had been installed, the fire would not have spread to the outer flammable surface of the building. But sprinkler systems are not required by law to be retrofitted onto older buildings in Britain.
The all-party parliamentary fire safety and rescue group, which is composed of, I guess, the most senior fire experts in the country, sent letters urging 4 subsequent ministers, 2 ministers and 2 under-ministers, in the Department of Communities and Local Government to pass legislation for the retrofitting of sprinklers to residential dwellings. And this urging was sat on by subsequent ministers over a very long time.
The type of cladding used in the Grenfell Tower is banned in Germany and in the USA on high-rise buildings above 18 meters. Building regulations in Britain require external surfaces do not spread fire, but do not take into account the possibility of fire spreading via exposed flammable edges. After a similar fire in Australia, a senior fire safety engineer testified that 1 kilo of polyethylene is equivalent to 5.5 litres of petrol.
What was produced was a kind of cocktail. Within that panel, it's possible to add certain additives which might have sort of mineralised that, which I think potentially would have reduced the fire, the flammability of that material. As far as I'm aware, they didn't use those panels. But yeah, I mean, the speed at which it went up the building, I'd say yes, pretty much was petrol. If you'd seen the flames and the footage filmed from all those people's mobile phone cameras, then yeah, that was like igniting petrol on a building, yeah.
London is one of the richest cities in the world, and land is extremely valuable. The local boroughs stand to make a fortune from selling the land to developers who promise that a certain number of social homes will be retained. This rarely happens.
About 20 years ago, probably a little bit longer, there was what we're in the middle of now, or 20-odd years into, which is a national programme called the Estate Regeneration Programme. In London, it almost always means, regeneration always means demolition and redevelopment. That's because the Estate Regeneration Programme in its current form is not about refurbishing homes, but of getting access to the land that these council estates are built on.
Many Grenfell residents are still without permanent housing. They are eager to see justice done and the truth about what went wrong that night come out in the ongoing inquiry. They have publicly defended members of the fire brigades, who some see as scapegoats for a much bigger problem. Local MP Emma Dent-Coad joined a march in support of the men and women who risked their lives battling the Grenfell Tower fire.
There's been no change at the council. This could happen again tomorrow. If this had happened to their neighbours, they would have dealt with it. And I genuinely think there's a really horrible and unforgivable undercurrent of racism there. They may not even be aware of it themselves, but they do think the people in the tower are lesser beings, and I've seen that many, many times. I'm on the Fire Safety and Rescue Committee in Parliament, and we're constantly making recommendations. We have the Fire Minister in, ask him questions. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he's very offhand about it. It's really, if this could happen again tomorrow.
As the flames were eating through the Grenfell Tower, this multi-ethnic community came together. In what was a makeshift emergency shelter under the overpass, survivors have since posted their personal stories, memories, and calls for justice. Children put up drawings of the night. People of different faiths came together to help their fellow neighbours.
I remember there are lots of people crying, saying, I can't find my cousin, I can't find my daughter, I can't find this. And it got to a situation where we say, what do they look like? Photographs and that sort of thing. We had the Notting Hill van outside, and they started putting pictures of, the missing people on there. And that sort of like grew, really, and then it was on the railings, and then it was on the walls, and then it was just all around the community. Because people were just saying, have you seen this person? Because people were obviously running to all sorts of areas and and some people were not actually in at the time, so there were lots of people who were looking for their family members.
The anger that still simmers under the ashes of the gutted Grenfell Tower is fueling a new civic movement of solidarity and self-governance that may one day be the cornerstone of a new community.
I think what the tragedy did, it highlighted that stigma. I would call it stigma because it's not just race or faith, it's social status somehow. It's like living in social housing is a bad thing, that we can't be educated people or we don't have a career. And when you look at the makeup of the local area, people are working, people are, have degrees, and it's like no matter what we do in our life, no matter how high we reach in our life, we're still labelled as low-class people.
More than 2 years after 72 people died in the Grenfell Tower fire, the inquiry has yet to determine officially what went wrong. But resilient residents have Grenfell in their hearts and are not about to let the country forget.
Any local authority would have lost its right to make decisions for people it serves. But this local authority continued to do so while it was still under a question mark as to its fitness to exercise their duty of care. They are under criminal investigation for potential breaches of health and safety regulations. Why should we trust them? Why should we go to them? So it created a vacuum, and that vacuum was filled by the community. Hence, we set up the space here, because either you bring government to take over, or you bring commissioners to take over, or the community to take over.
The Lancaster estate residents plan to keep pushing for justice, calling for public and private sector accountability and lobbying for policy changes that will help prevent any such tragedy from happening again. Only if the lessons of the Grenfell Tower fire are learned and real changes arise from the inquiry will the deaths of their friends, family and neighbours not have been in vain. On a cold January day in 1986, the Space Shuttle Challenger blew apart high above Kennedy Space Center on Cape Canaveral, just 73 seconds after launch. A rubber seal called an O-ring had failed, and a plume of fire leaked out of the solid fuel booster igniting the gigantic fuel tank. With millions of people tuned in live on TV, Americans watched in disbelief as a sinister white plume streaked across the sky and 7 astronauts, including New Hampshire high school teacher Krista McAuliffe, plummeted helplessly 20,000 meters to their deaths. America was plunged into uncertainty and grief and questioned NASA's ability to manage the immensely complex space program effectively.
He said, I would not recommend that we launch below 53 degrees Fahrenheit. And that was primarily based on the experience we'd had 1 year earlier that concerned us. And frankly, I was shocked because I felt that that was a slam dunk. They would accept that and just postpone the launch. They immediately started questioning the basis for making such a recommendation based on the material presented.
The single message that came out in a direct quote to me from one of the most senior administrators in NASA when I said, we're going to lose one of these shuttles, and I said that 3 months before Challenger, said to me, our job is to launch on time, every time. And it was one of those hairs on the back of the neck moment when I realized they're not listening.
When a chastened NASA emerged from the tragedy, shuttle flights resumed. The shuttle pushed the frontiers of technology to the utter limits, and this incredibly complex machine continued flying for another quarter of a century, with astronauts from around the world aboard.
I almost thought, I'm the weak link. I was the one who had to perform at the level needed to be up to the standard of the others. My work was as important as the others. I had to trust the others, the astronauts who were with me, but also those setting up the launch, those who followed the operations. And at the same time, they had to trust me. Jokingly, I thought, I don't care if the shuttle blows up, as long as it's not my fault.
Basta che non sono stato io. A small group of brave engineers, analysts and astronauts risked their careers so that the managerial errors behind the Challenger disaster never happened again. It took 2 years before the problem was fixed and the next shuttle launched. One of the last space shuttle missions is about to launch. This complex machine has completed 135 missions. Italy's first astronaut, Paolo Nespoli, flew on the shuttle mission 120 in 2007. Like all but 2 missions, it was a successful flight where nothing went wrong. Although he was trained to be prepared for anything, literally the tiniest error could mean catastrophe.
As crew, we had serious problems. Our training was very tough, very serious. For example, at the time of launch, there were a number of malfunctions that could happen, and according to how they interacted between each other, a simple and a stupid thing could have a knock-on effect and lead to the destruction of the vehicle. As a member of the crew, you had to understand all these things. And there was this kind of game, let's call it a game, between the instructors who wanted to kill you and you, who responded successfully to all these provocations.
January 1986. Space Shuttle Challenger was originally set to launch from Kennedy Space Center on January the 22nd, 1986. But bad weather led to delays. The launch slipped from January 23rd, then 24th, and then 25th. Another weather delay and a technical problem with one of the door hatches pushed the launch back another 2 days. On January the 28th, the weather was still colder than usual for launching the shuttle. Alan MacDonald represented the Utah-based builder of the solid-fuel rocket boosters, Morton Thiokol, on site.
I can remember walking out of the Launch Control Center to my car after that, and I never felt wind so strong, and the sand was blowing into my contact lenses, and it actually stopped me at times, and I'd have to lean forward. I got to my car, drove to my friend's house, and I wasn't there very long, and I got a phone call. The phone call was a fellow by the name of Bob Ebling that worked for me. And he said, Al, he says, we just been notified that some meteorologist in Orlando said, you know, these strong winds that canceled our launch today, that there's a real cold front behind that. And by tomorrow morning, it may be down as close as 18 degrees Fahrenheit as cold. I said, good grief, I'm really worried about whether these O-ring seals will operate at all at those kind of temperatures.
Back in Utah, the engineers were so worried about the effect of the cold on the O-rings that they asked MacDonald to get more detailed weather reports from NASA.
I said, fine, I'll get that information for you. But when I get it, here's what I want you to do. I want you to provide that to the engineers. I want them to put together a presentation of what we know and don't know, what our concerns are. And at the end of that presentation, I want you to make sure that the Vice President of Engineering comes on and makes a recommendation. What is the lowest temperature it is safe to launch? We have to do that.
Alan MacDonald got all the parties on board for a teleconference between engineers in Utah, those in Marshall Space Center in Huntsville, Alabama, and NASA management at Cape Canaveral. More than a dozen engineers faxed their charts and made a clear and unanimous recommendation. The shuttle should not be launched if the temperature was below 53 degrees Fahrenheit or 11.6 degrees Celsius, due to concerns about how the O-rings would perform.
At the end of their presentation, the Vice President of Engineering, a fellow by the name of Mr. Bob Lund, got on the network and said, based on what his engineers have presented here this evening, because they had to fax all those charts to both Huntsville and also to the Cape, he said, I would not recommend that we launch below 53 degrees Fahrenheit. And that was primarily based on the experience we'd had 1 year earlier that concerned us. And frankly, I was shocked because I felt that that was a slam dunk. They would accept that and just postpone the launch. They immediately started questioning the basis for making such a recommendation based on the material presented.
Then, the unthinkable happened. Several top executives vetoed the engineers' recommendation in an offline caucus, giving NASA the green light to launch Challenger at a temperature that was just 38 degrees Fahrenheit, 3 degrees Celsius. A few engineers protested, but were overruled, due in part to concerns about losing lucrative government contracts if the launch schedule were to fall further behind. NASA wanted the recommendation faxed to them in writing. Alan refused.
I did the smartest thing I ever did in my life. I told NASA I would not sign that recommendation. I feel we're taking risks that we should not take. It'll have to come from the plant, if it comes from anybody, but not me.
The O-rings were not the only concern. Alan told those gathered at the teleconference that high winds were gusting up to 70 knots and there was ice everywhere. All the while, NASA officials were pressing for the facts from Morton Thiokol.
At that point in time, they said, well, Al, you've brought up all these concerns that aren't really, should be your concerns, but we'll pass them on in an advisory capacity only. Where is the facts from your boss?
The next day, the ice teams were busy knocking icicles off the shuttle and using an infrared pyrometer gun to get temperature readings that were entered into NASA logbooks. A later review of those logs showed the temperature near the failed solid rocket booster was below 28 degrees, or -2 degrees Celsius, much colder than the ambient air temperature of 31 degrees Fahrenheit, just below freezing point. It was shaded from the sun and exposed to westerly winds. In the meantime, the astronauts were preparing for launch, a complicated process with strict protocols to follow. Paolo Nespoli flew on the shuttle in 2007.
Qualche ora prima del lancio, 5-6 ore prima del lancio.
A few hours before the launch, 5 or 6 hours before launch, it's time to get dressed. We launch or launched with what is called a launch and entry suit, which is a pressurized suit that allows the crew to stay alive in case of loss of pressure inside the shuttle. So it began to be complicated with gloves, a helmet. To speak, you needed to use a communication system, which means that if 7 people all speak at the same time, it becomes incomprehensible. So you need discipline in terms of who speaks, what they say. So we put on the suit in the quarantine area. There are protocols to check the resistance to pressure of the suit. And from there, you go to the launch ramp using a special vehicle.
E da lì si esce con un veicolo speciale, si va alla rampa di lancio.
When I walked in, I heard the radio say it was 22 degrees Fahrenheit. I was carrying my briefcase and my headset because I was in the adjacent contractor support area of the Launch Control Center. And I went up to my computer console that monitors all the data that comes from the solid rocket boosters, but also has an inset of NASA Select video of the launch. But it also has several other options for cameras to look at on the launch pad. So I started looking at these cameras and I saw this ice all over the place. And well, they're not gonna launch this thing today, obviously.
But the comforting facts had arrived from Morton Thiokol bosses recommending NASA to proceed with the launch. The countdown was on. There was no turning back.
I was worried that it was cold, and I really felt that if the boosters would fail because of that issue of not sealing in the joint because it was too cold, that would all happen in the first 6 or 7 tenths of a second, and we would see a leak sprung, and that the whole thing would probably explode by the time it cleared the tower.
At 11:38, the shuttle lifted off.
9, 8, 7, 6. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff.
257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles. Downrange distance 3 nautical miles.
The relief at the successful liftoff of the Challenger space shuttle in January 1986 was short-lived, however.
It cleared the tower. I breathed a great sigh of relief. And it wasn't until 73 seconds later that this big explosion occurred.
Throttling up, 3 engines now at 104%. Challenger, go with throttle up. Challenger, go with throttle up.
And everyone in there was shocked, including me, that I knew that wasn't survivable. And I could hear people sobbing actually in the background because I had my headset on, and all I could hear from the network was RTLS, RTLS from the Capcom, which meant return to launch site, return to launch site.
The 7 Challenger astronauts, Commander Dick Scobie, pilot Michael Smith, mission specialists Judy Resnick, Ellison Onizuka, Ronald McNair, and payload specialists Krista McAuliffe and Gregory Jarvis, would never return to the launch site. For 2 hours, Mission Control was in top-secret lockdown as NASA scrambled to set up a failure team to find out what had gone wrong at 14,000 meters above the launch platform.
The Vice President Bush called and said that he was getting on a plane and he was going to come and talk to everyone in the control room that evening, and he did. And he basically said that, you know, it's a horrible, tragic accident. We need to get to the bottom of it, figure out what happened so it doesn't happen again. But this is not going to stop the Space Shuttle program. We're going to get back to safe flight as soon as we can. And this is the team that's going to have to do it.
The tragedy was that a whole structure was set up in the United States whereby children sat and were assembled before their television screens right across the United States to watch the launch of Challenger. And Krista McAuliffe, their teacher in space, who was scheduled to carry out lessons from orbit while she was in space.
And I want to say something to the school children of America who were watching the live coverage of the shuttle's takeoff. I know it's hard to understand, but sometimes painful things like this happen. It's all part of the process of exploration and discovery. It's all part of taking a chance and expanding man's horizons. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave.
The next day, the failure team gathered at Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Though he hoped it was something else, McDonald suspected O-ring failure. The convincing and critical piece of data was a few seconds of film showing a puff of black smoke in the right booster in one of the aft section field joints.
My heart about sank. And I'll never forget calling home that evening, telling my wife that canceled plans, I wasn't going to be there. I didn't know how long I was going to be. And I knew I needed to do that, but my 3-year-old daughter answered the telephone, Megan, and she says, "Daddy, when are you coming home?" And I says, "Pretty soon, Megan, pretty soon." She says, "Daddy, when is the space shuttle going to go up?" And I couldn't answer, because she knew her daddy always came home after the space shuttle went up. And I said, "Pretty soon, Megan, pretty soon."
But how did NASA get to this low point in its history after the glory years of Apollo? And why did it take so many risks with the shuttle? NASA scientists were already studying plans to build a reusable space shuttle at the time the planning for the Apollo moon mission was in full swing. The goal was to drastically lower the cost of space flight. A program to build it was formally launched on January the 5th, 1972, by President Nixon.
When the shuttle was initially approved by Congress, NASA wanted as many users to get on board to justify it. And the Air Force was a big, powerful lobby in any space project. And so NASA went to the Air Force and said, "You can use the shuttle. We can replace all your conventional ballistic rockets for launching your military payloads, your spy satellites, your military weather satellites, your navigation satellites. and so on. And the Air Force signed into this and said, we can do amazing things if we have this enormous vehicle that can fly to any landing site across the United States on any orbit that it comes back from.
In the 4 decades of the United States Space Shuttle program, 355 men and women flew on 5 space shuttles in 135 missions. They launched cutting-edge satellites, sent spacecraft to explore Venus, Jupiter, and other far reaches of outer space, and contributed to building the International Space Station. Building the shuttle proved more complex and expensive than expected. The US Air Force, now NASA's main client, required a winged aircraft that a pilot could maneuver, protected by heat-absorbent tiles that did not have to be replaced for every mission. To launch satellites, the Air Force also demanded a huge cargo bay. The end result was a space plane that weighed more than 20,000 metric tons. The 3 main engines located aft of the cargo bay were fueled by a mix of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Each produced 200,000 kilos of thrust. They were gimbaled to control pitch, yaw, and roll. The largest solid propellant motors ever built, and the first to ever be used on a manned spacecraft, were the power pack that kicked the shuttle into space. Each booster was made of 11 individual weld-free steel segments, joined together with steel pins. Once assembled, each booster measured 35 meters long and 3.5 meters in diameter. The more than 450,000 kilos of propellant inside burned at a temperature of 3,200 degrees Celsius and generated a liftoff thrust of 1.2 million kilos. The boosters burned for 2 minutes in parallel with the main engines during the initial ascent, pushing the shuttle out of the atmosphere. But then, at about 39,000 meters above the Earth, the boosters separated from the external tank and fell into the Atlantic Ocean under huge parachutes to be recovered and returned for reuse.
The equivalent of the energy contained in a shuttle is equivalent to a small atom bomb. So much so that they clear that area for kilometers and kilometers around the launch pad. Because if anything happens, everything is razed to the ground. Where are you? Sitting on the atom bomb that is about to explode in a controlled fashion, shooting all this energy downwards and pushing, launching the shuttle into space.
The external tank weighed 35,000 kilos and contained 725,000 kilos of liquid oxygen and 102,000 kilos of liquid hydrogen. It is the only part of the shuttle not reused after each flight. Thrusters were located in the nose and tail segments, while orbiter maneuver pods located in blisters on either side of the vertical tail surface provided power to get the shuttle to rendezvous and onto the re-entry path. There was space for 7 to 8 crew members, the most ever to travel in space, housed in the pressurized nose section that combined oxygen and nitrogen to create a shirt sleeve environment for the 2-week average duration of the mission. As NASA entered the digital era, avionics changed radically, with computers managing data from dozens of sensors in the fuselage and wings. NASA Space Shuttle program was well underway by the 1970s and bringing thousands of jobs to communities across the country. Tenders went out, and the winning contractor for the solid fuel boosters of the shuttle was Morton Thiokol, based just north of the small town of Ogden, Utah. Much of the research and development behind the United States' most advanced weapons and satellite delivery systems and rocket research was happening here in the remote, sage-covered hills along Highway 83, near the salt-encrusted edges of the Great Salt Lake. Today, near the sprawling former Morton Thiokol production site, a road sign points visitors to a rocket garden outside the plant. For 26 years, portions of the shuttle's solid fuel rockets were researched, developed, and constructed here, under the oversight of Alan McDonald.
Well, the shuttle boosters were so large that we had to make them into segments and send the pieces as a segment to the Cape in Florida on a rail car. And there's only a couple of lines that you can get to Kennedy without hitting bridges because they're about the largest thing you can put on a train. They're over 12 feet in diameter. Each the sections, and there's 4 of them you have to put together. You just kind of stack them up like beer cans on the mobile launch platform. They're sent down by rail. And when they are received down there and ready for assembly on the mobile launch platform, because they're stacking on top of it, there's a joint that is made to assemble the entire rocket booster, but in that joint, we have to make sure that the gases can't escape.
During launch, the joint had to withstand pressures of more than 63 kilos per square centimeter and temperatures of more than 530 degrees Celsius. The O-ring provided the pressure resistance, while a zinc chromate putty applied to the interior of the joint provided the temperature resistance.
And it's what we call a tang and clevis joint, much like a tongue and groove in a hardwood floor. And because of that, we have to put something to seal the gases in. And the way we do that, we have 2 O-ring seals, much like you have washers in your house or in your sink to prevent the water from leaking. This prevents the gases from getting out. And the reason there's 2 of them is that this was considered such a critical function, we had to provide redundancy wherever it was possible to do that. In case one of them failed, the other one then acted as a backup to prevent failure, because it was well known that any gas leak out of one of these joints would be catastrophic.
The O-rings that sealed the joints were made of a vulcanized rubber substance called Viton. But from the very beginning of the shuttle program, engineers were concerned about the performance of the O-rings and their ability to seal properly in cold temperatures. It was vital that the seal remain efficient for the whole of the flight. But temperature could change the behavior of this basic material, which worried engineers early on.
One of the characteristics of any rubber material is that since we're using them in a compressed state, we're squeezing them into these joints in a compressed state, and we do that because we knew that that joint opened a little bit when it pressurized. So there was enough compression in the O-ring squeezed in there that when it did open, it would maintain contact with the other surface as it was opened. Now, the characteristic of doing that is called resiliency of material. It's kind of like a wet sponge. You take a wet sponge and you put your finger on it and you start to release it. You'll notice your finger stays right with the sponge. But you take that sponge and throw it into the freezer and take it out and push your finger on it. It leaves a dent and it won't recover until it finally warms up.
Engineers analyzing the shuttle and its boosters upon each return from space had noticed erosion of some O-rings and menacing black soot around the O-rings, a phenomenon they called blow-by, because it meant hot gases were leaking and blowing by the joint.
In that final year, full year, of shuttle, 5 of the 7 shuttle flights demonstrated blow-throughs on these boosters. We'd never have known this if those boosters hadn't been recovered and inspected in detail for post-flight analysis. But the engineers, to a man, said, we are playing with dice, and we're running across a freeway blindfold in rush hour, and we're going to lose some crew.
It actually was noted a problem with these joints way back into the second flight of the shuttle, STS-2, where in disassembly of one of the field joints, they noted some erosion on the O-ring, which meant that gas got down there to burn it. And the way the joint was designed, we actually had material ahead of the joint in that gap. It was really a zinc chromate putty loaded with asbestos to try to thermally isolate the O-ring so we'd never see gas.
A launch during a record cold snap in January 1985 gave engineers a scare.
Just a year before the Challenger launch in January 1985, when we recover these boosters, we always pull them apart and examine these joints. And this was the first time we noticed that we actually had this condition of blow-by in the field joint that we have observed. In fact, we saw it in a joint, one joint in each booster, the left and right. So there was 2 joints, very similar, that indicated that some gas actually got past the first O-ring, but stopped by the second one. That happened because at that time, that was the coldest launch we had ever experienced. And we determined that the O-ring temperature was about 53 degrees Fahrenheit on that particular launch.
Then, in April of 1985, NASA executed 2 launches in the same month for the first time ever. Again, engineers saw that O-rings had burned and eroded. It was an alarming trend.
Because we were lucky in that we had seen this behavior in the nozzle joint, not the field joint. Because had we seen something similar in the field joint, we all felt very uncomfortable that it would have leaked all the way out and caused a catastrophic failure. So we formed an O-ring seal task force right after observing this nozzle problem to look at all the sealing mechanisms, every one of them in the solid rocket booster, and see what we'd recommend to do.
They often ask me if I ever felt in danger, if I was afraid of getting aboard this atom bomb that was about to explode, given the accidents that had happened in the past. And my answer is absolutely not. And I don't think I'm an exception. No one who worked on the shuttle felt in danger. On the one hand, because we had been trained by NASA that took us every place where every part was built, allowed us to speak with every technician, and we realized that the system was incredibly strong, incredibly careful. Things were done with great care. And as far as I'm concerned, I almost came to feel that I was the weak link.
As NASA prepared to launch a top-secret payload from the shuttle for the Air Force in the summer of 1985, the team redesigned the rocket boosters to make them lighter and reduce the risk of O-ring failure, and made a proposal to NASA to fund the same changes to all rocket boosters used on the shuttles. But NASA rejected it. 7 of the 9 shuttle flights in the year prior to the Challenger explosion had shown warning signs that concerned engineers enough to write the memo to NASA. But their proposals were rejected. Few in NASA management wanted to slow the ambitious launch schedule. On the 28th of January 1986, one of the many complex systems failed, with catastrophic consequences for the crew and for NASA. 73 seconds into the flight, just when the shuttle was vibrating and flexing at its maximum, the flame broke through the seal and blew a huge hole in the external tank, aided by wind shear. The disintegrating external tank caused the shuttle to veer from its altitude, increasing the aerodynamic forces that ripped the shuttle apart. The boosters were thrown off, and the crew capsule catapulted toward the sea. Based on emergency oxygen supplies used on board and other manual switches turned on and off during their descent, the crew were likely alive and perhaps conscious for over 2 minutes until their craft tore apart upon hitting the Atlantic Ocean at 330 kilometers per hour. But if the O-ring failure was to blame, why did the shuttle not explode immediately, as engineers had predicted? They would later discover that after the O-rings vaporized, the hot gas of the burning aluminium oxide hit the cold steel and solidified right where the O-rings had burned, creating a fragile ceramic seal which held right up until the order to throttle up.
The winds aloft were so high that as the bracing strut that held the booster to the side of the tank became weaker, it tore the booster around on a pivoting arc and pushed the nose of the booster into the top of the two tanks, the oxygen tank. Already the flame coming through from one of the punctured segments that had overwhelmed the O-rings was operating like a blowtorch to open up the side of the very thin aluminium hydrogen tank. But when the booster pivoted and pushed in the nose into the oxygen tank, that caused a Roman candle effect, which was a great convulsive. It wasn't an actual explosion, not like a bomb going off. There was a great convulsive release of energy which punched the boosters off from the side of the tank and ripped apart components of the orbiter. The strongest part is the pressurized compartment, and that pressurized compartment remained intact.
MacDonald and engineers pored over the logbooks from the ice teams, but NASA managers said that the instruments had not been properly calibrated and increased all the temperatures they submitted to the Presidential Commission. Something was amiss.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind it was a cover-up. They covered up the low-temperature data. They had tremendous pressures on their launch schedule, both from a political standpoint to support their out-year budget and immediate ones to do what they already had on their plate, which was nearly impossible. And I think because of that, they did as much as they could to try to cloud this issue and make it sound more difficult and technical and hard to understand than it really should have been.
As NASA officials from Marshall Space Center were preparing their presentation for the Commission, Allen raised objections and eventually put together a separate presentation of his own.
As part of the failure team, I started mentioning and questioning some of their conclusions and data, especially the cold temperature stuff, and that they were still looking at things that I thought were not only impossible, they're ridiculous. I said, if you look at the films, you can tell that can't possibly be, like lightning strikes and all kinds of funny things. And so I raised my hand and said, well, I made an assessment. I'd be willing to present something. And even stated that I really believe that a major contributor was whatever caused this cold temperature on this one joint. And that's why that joint failed and the other 5 did not. And I'm not a big believer of coincidences. And you could have heard a pin drop. There wasn't a single person supported me. There wasn't a single person that challenged me or a single person that offered another possible scenario what caused it.
A presidential commission, the Rogers Commission, was tasked with investigating how the disaster happened. Just weeks into the commission's inquiry, there were suspicions that NASA officials and contractors were not telling the whole truth. Commission member and famed theoretical physicist Richard Feynman turned their focus to the resiliency of the O-rings.
Well, I took this stuff that I got out of your seal and I put it in ice water. And I discovered that when you put some pressure on it for a while and then undo it, it doesn't stretch back, it stays the same dimension. In other words, for a few seconds at least, and more seconds than that, there's no resilience in this particular material when it's at a temperature of 32 degrees. I believe that has some significance for our problem.
At multiple hearings, MacDonald raised his hand and told the Commission exactly what had transpired about how the decision not to launch got changed.
And I remember Neil Armstrong says, yeah, I think we need to hear from Mr. MacDonald to cause this meeting to be here in the first place. He says he has more to talk about. And I told him about all that transpired after it got changed. And I'll never forget, I could hardly keep composed, so I had done it. Dr. Sally Ride got up out of the bench, come running over to me, gave me a big hug and said, God, I'm glad somebody finally leveled with this commission. That took a hell of a lot of guts.
Upon return to work, however, MacDonald found he had been moved out of his prestigious engineering job.
And so what's my job? And they said, well, we're forming this new group on program planning, and your job's going to be head of scheduling. I said, scheduling? What the hell does schedule? I don't build anything. What we build isn't what we have now. He goes, well, that's for you to figure out. It was clearly a non-job, hoping I would quit.
With time on his hands, Alan went to conferences in the field. At one event, one of the generals who was head of Air Force Space Command was surprised to see him and found out what had happened.
He said, you ought to be spending all of your time figuring out why the shuttle failed the way it did. I said, I'm not doing that anymore. He said, what do you mean anymore? You're a member of the failure team, are you? I said, I was, but I got taken off. You got taken off? When the hell did that happen? I said, I think it was exactly one day after I testified before you people.
Alan MacDonald went on to join a super task force aimed at redesigning the shuttle to restore it to safe flight. The shuttle flew more than 100 successful flights after the redesign. The failure to stop the Challenger launch has become a case study for the dangers of groupthink, desensitization to risk, and the danger of putting cost-cutting and schedule deadlines over safety.
People that have to make good decision managers, and they're sometimes very tough decisions to make, should never feel comfortable that they've made the best decision unless they've used every tool in their toolkit. And the biggest tool they have in their toolkit is the brain power of the people they work with and work for them. And if they don't create an atmosphere where those people feel very comfortable to tell them issues or concerns that they may have, they've lost the most valuable data they can to make these tough decisions.
The failure of NASA to redesign or fix engineering problems when they were first raised led to a rationalization of grave risk as acceptable, especially when launch schedules and cost-cutting measures were bearing down.
But we were charging a fraction of what it was costing, and that was driving the upward momentum of launching every time, on time. And that was the structural, political beginning of the inevitable reduction of safety criteria. That's when we began to eat away at the edges of safety, and risk aversion became risk acceptability. And there were technical lessons and signs that were coming from even the very second shuttle mission that we could lose a crew on those boosters.
Managers have to be receptive to the concerns of engineers, who must be clear and courageous about reporting them. The pressure on the workforce to save money, time, and contracts ultimately cost 7 astronauts' lives and hastened the demise of America's space shuttle, which was retired in 2011. It remains to be seen if the US can overcome aerospace design challenges and political feuding to put women and men back into space from US soil once again. never forgetting the crucial engineering lessons learned from the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster.
Welcome to Caught on Clips, a show that takes you around the world highlighting some of the wildest, wackiest, jaw-dropping videos. From heart-stopping to heartwarming, fascinating to funny. Now, these are videos we don't want you to miss. I'm your host, Holly Furfer. All right, you might remember hearing about the fire at Pennsylvania governor's mansion a while back. It happened during Passover, while Governor Josh Shapiro and his family were asleep inside. Now, thankfully, no one was hurt, but the fire caused millions of dollars in damages. Now, the guy who did it was caught, pleaded guilty to a whole bunch of charges, and he's now headed to prison for a very long time. But surveillance video of that incident has just been released, so check it out. Apparently, the guy scaled a security fence, and you can see him walk up to a window and then start a fire, walk to a second window, kick it in, and enter the mansion. Security cameras catch him strolling in like he owns the place, but when it comes time to make his grand exit, surprise, the door's locked. He gives it a few kicks, and he's not exactly a ninja, then waddles over to try another door, also locked. At this point, our criminal mastermind seems to run out of ideas and just gives up, starting the whole mess over like it's a level 1 game that he's really bad at. Whether he was bored, mad, or just having a full-on toddler meltdown, he decides to throw fire tantrum, literally, and start setting little fires in the ballroom as he makes his exit, provided he can find an unlocked door. California Highway Patrol officers came upon a car that had just burst into flames, and those police officers from South LA did not hesitate. They ran towards the danger when they realized there was somebody trapped inside.
Hey, is everybody in the car? You need to get out!
He's in there? Good. Come on out. You need to get out. Anyone else in? Check.
Let's go. Get up. You need to get up. Come on. Pick him up. Pick him up.
Thanks to their quick and brave actions, a life was saved and a tragedy was avoided. Okay, this next clip shows humanity wins.
Did you call police? You called the park, right? Yeah. Okay, where's the turtle? Oh, you got him there? Okay. Do you have it? Yeah. Okay, we're coming.
A sea turtle found itself in an awkward situation, trapped in a crab trap because the ocean isn't dangerous enough to begin with, until a sharp-eyed Good Samaritan spotted the struggling reptile and thought, well, that doesn't look ideal. So instead of doing what most people do, film it for TikTok, this person actually called the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. Shocking, we know. Enter the Marine Patrol Unit, a.k.a. the Turtle Rescue Squad. They teamed up with that Good Samaritan to untangle the loggerhead turtle from the trap's grip. Once they were able to cut the trap off, they just had to untangle the rope from his flipper, and he was free. The turtle, now free and probably annoyed at humans in general, swam off like nothing ever happened, probably to tell all its turtle friends about the wild weekend it had. Okay, now we search all over the world to bring you the craziest clips out there. And wait till you see this one from Turkey. A woman, headphones in, was waiting for her morning train, totally unaware that she was about to step right into the path of an oncoming one. She did not see the train or hear the whistle blow, but thanks to quick actions of a security guard, she was okay. You can see different angles of the near miss and even the train conductor's perspective.
Wow, talk about a close call. This next clip is a reminder that eyes are everywhere, or at least camera lenses.
Watch closely as this guy casually lurks near a Cybertruck, just out here pretending he's taking in the sights, maybe enjoying the breeze. Totally not up to anything shady. Nope, just a regular dude with a key in his hand, minding his own business. Super chill. But the second he thinks no one's watching, spoiler alert, someone always is, he does the most awkward, obvious walk-by ever and keys the truck. Yep, just drags that key right down the side like he's signing his name on a metal canvas. The damage? Thousands of dollars. The level of stupidity off the charts. Because guess what? He was caught. Because, fun fact, Cybertrucks are basically drivable security cameras with wheels. Like, did this guy miss the memo that modern cars come with 360 degrees of regret?
Enjoy those charges, buddy, and maybe next time, just don't. All right, Katy Perry was lighting up the stage at London's O2 Arena, doing her usual routine. Killer vocals, sparkly outfits, pulling a few lucky fans on stage for the full pop star experience. But what she wasn't expecting? A surprise moment that even she couldn't choreograph.
I'm sorry, what? I heard you sing. You heard I was singing? Oh, that's interesting. Katy Perry, will you marry me? I couldn't read that high up. Are you kidding me? Not today! You know, you really should have asked me about 48 hours ago. You want a few dates first? All right. What's your name, mate? Darren. Darren, and you're a single guy? I am. Where are you from, Darren? Hampshire. Hampshire, everyone! Darren, the single guy from Hampshire. Now, what are the qualities you look for in a mate? Beautiful voice, beautiful face, lovely eyes, a good story, good partner. Good lover. Oh my God, let's go far away from that man. Oh my God, dear man, I can't believe I got you on stage. This is real freaky. No, you can stay. There's nothing wrong with you, it's me.
Okay, we need to squeeze in a quick break, but stay right there. More Caught on Clips coming right up. Welcome back to Caught on Clips. While you took a break, we continue to search the world of video and found some pretty amazing clips just for you. I'm your host, Holly Furfer, like this one. And you just can't make this stuff up. A fire broke out at a firefighter's own house in North Carolina, thanks to his dog. Yes, man's best friend pulled a full Agent of Chaos move and chewed on a lithium-ion battery because apparently squeaky toys are just not that thrilling enough anymore.
This is just moments after he bit into the battery, which, by the way, is a highly flammable electronic. The furry fire starter in question, Colton, a 5-year-old rescue with a taste for danger. His human, David Sasser, who, and we can't stress this enough, is a firefighter, shared video of the aftermath. Colton had snagged a lithium-ion powered gadget, gnawed right through the safety seal, and turned it into a chew toy from hell. Cue the fire.
Now, before you panic and start tossing out your phones, let's be clear. Lithium-ion batteries are generally safe. They're in everything from toys to scooters, that phone you're probably watching this on. But if chewed, punctured, or overcharged, or thrown into a toddler's let's see what happens pile, yeah, things can go sideways fast. Luckily, in this case, only a rug was sacrificed. Colton is fine, the house didn't burn down, and David, well, probably reconsidering his career and his dog's toy selection. All right, note to would-be criminals. If you're planning a heist in Canada, maybe don't mess with the York Regional Police. Just don't. In the town of Newmarket, 5 geniuses in masks thought they would stage their own budget version of Ocean's 11, and as you expect, it didn't end so well.
They stormed into a mall jewelry store, smashed display cases like toddlers in a tantrum, and then stuffed duffel bags full of bling because nothing says subtle getaway like glass shattering and 5 people sprinting out of a mall in matching ski masks. They took off in a white Mercedes SUV because apparently blending in is overrated. And guess what? The police caught up real fast. The getaway car was found. The suspects bolted on foot because that always works out.
Got runners.
And with a little help from the K-9 unit and air support, yes, they brought air support, 4 out of the 5 suspects were arrested. Oh, and about $100,000 in jewelry was recovered. So maybe crime doesn't pay after all. As for suspect number 5, the hide-and-seek clock is ticking.
This next clip was released by Wichita police in hopes that someone might be able to identify the people in this next clip. That clip that was captured by a neighborhood Ring camera.
The video appears to show a woman screaming after being abducted by a man and dragged down the driveway. The woman, who was pulled from the porch, did not live at that house, and police do not know who she is or the man who was wearing a mask.
Police say they've looked for clues frame by frame of that clip, but they have no leads, nor has there been any missing persons reported. But they are asking the public's help with any information. All right, now to Arizona, where police got a 911 call from a guy who got trapped in his car after accidentally driving into fast-moving floodwaters, and he realized this water was rising fast. Emergency crews rushed to him, and this next clip shows officers jumping into action to get him out safely.
Hold me. I got you, Sergeant. Where's the back of your vest? It's right here. All right, do me a favor. Crawl out, but hold on to this. Don't let go of the rope. Hold on tight. I got you, Sergeant. That's all right. He's coming out. I got you. I got you. Move up a little bit. Move up a little bit. On you. On you. Good. Well, I don't know where the drop-off's at. Okay, there's a rock. There's a rock right where my foot is. Okay? Go on top of it. Go. You got it? Got it. On you. You got it? I got it. We're good. I'm around the rock. Okay. Hold on. It's all right. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk back where we came. Yep. Okay, bring this leg out. Don't let go of the rope. Bring this leg out. Okay, now. I got you, Sergeant. Lean. Bring that other leg over. Yeah, now, hey, now listen to me. Listen to me. You're going to go in some deep water, and it's going to be quickly moving, okay? I'm going to hold on to you, but I need you to hold on to me, okay? We're going to get through this together, all right? All right? Okay, I'm going to grab you by the belt. I'm going to slowly bring you in. Slow. Keep coming. Keep coming. You're okay. You're okay. Relax. Relax. Right, relax. Turn. Turn. We're going straight. No, we're going this way. Come on. Keep coming. I'm gonna walk straight backwards. Yep. Pull me. Pull me. Pull me. Pull me. I got you. Pull me. I got you. Don't fall. Don't fall. Rock, rock, rock. Hey, go to the right. Go to the right. We're out. We're out. We're out. We're out. You all right? All right, man. You all right? You good? Okay. First day on the job as a courier. Sam 20. We got him out of the water. We're off to the side. Vehicle's still in there.
He was checked out by EMS, and thankfully he was not hurt. As for the car, it was recovered and towed back to his place once the water receded. And just a note, an adult can get swept away, get this, in just 6 inches of fast-moving water like that. 12 inches, and that can carry your car away. And it's not just people that get themselves into pickles.
A very confused but somehow chill little pup found herself stranded smack in the middle of a raging flood channel in the Oxnard Plains in California. Just perched on a soggy pile of reeds and debris like, is this fine? The scene, vertical concrete walls, fast-moving water, zero exit strategy. Enter the real MVPs. Firefighters from the Ventura County Fire Department's Swift Water Rescue Team. These heroes whipped out a 35-foot ladder to reach the stranded floof. One firefighter made the careful descent, scooped up the pup, and brought her to safety like it was just another Tuesday. Iconic. The dog, a 3-year-old pug Frenchie mix with no ID tag or microchip, was turned over to Animal Services, and she appears to be totally fine.
We're happy to say she is now hanging out in official custody, eating snacks, and waiting for her human, who hopefully realizes they're missing a dog sometime soon. In the meantime, she's getting way better treatment than most of us. At least we hope. All right, I don't know who needs to see this, but here.
Yes, that's an orangutan, and yes, he's eating a popsicle. It's not neat, it's not pretty, but where else are you going to see this?
All right, got to take one more quick break, but Caught on Clips will be right back. I mean, would I lie to you? Welcome back to Caught on Clips. No, it's not over. We still have time for more clips. And yes, it's just like you won the lottery, sort of. I'm your host, Holly Furfer. All right, here's a scary clip that catches a gunman lying in wait outside of a private estate, ready to ambush a very well-known businessman in what prosecutors are calling a calculated hit.
The shooter didn't just stumble onto the scene. He was there with a plan, hiding out and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Keep an eye on the top part of your screen. The moment the man pulled out of his garage and headed down the driveway, you see the guy pop out between two parked cars and starts shooting at the vehicle. Another security camera catches him running after the car while shooting at it. He then runs away.
Now there's a full-on manhunt underway for the suspect who was last seen speeding off in a black Ford Escape. And authorities say the victim's survival is nothing short of a miracle. To this next clip now that shows a police officer at the right place at the very right time.
A wild scene unfolded on a Texas highway when a woman slammed into a concrete barrier and her car burst into flames, and she was trapped inside. Just when things looked grim, Mesquite police officer Tyler Ingram, who just happened to be on patrol, witnessed the crash on his dash cam. Without missing a beat, he spun his cruiser around and raced to the wreck. As flames started swallowing the car, Ingram pulled her out just in time.
Come out.
What's your name?
Y'all help me drag her out. Here. Come out. Your legs stuck?
I'm just in pain.
She's strapped in the car. It's on fire. Open the door. Come on. Come out.
It hurts.
We got you. Hey, we got people on the way. Put me out of here. Yeah. Hey, we gotta drag you back some more, okay? I know it's gonna suck, but ready, wait for the car. I know it hurts, but your car's on fire.
She was treated for her injuries and is expected to recover, which is great news. Less great, she now faces DUI charges. And who would have guessed that crashing into a concrete barrier and turning your car into a flaming metal marshmallow might involve a little bad decision making. And now it's time for our favorite segment, or at least one of them. Mother Nature is a badass, because nothing humbles humanity quite like getting absolutely wrecked by wind, waves, and whatever else the planet feels like throwing our way. So let's check out these clips and try not to cry about how small and breakable we are.
Welcome to sunny Phoenix, Arizona, where it's normally dry enough to turn your skin into beef jerky in under 10 minutes. But today, plot twist, the desert decided it was over being dry and summoned a full-blown monsoon tantrum. I mean, we're talking torrential rain, wind doing gymnastics, sideways water, upside-down logic. Basically, it's like the weather got drunk and forgot where it was. And here we are the very next day. Yep, that's a street, a real, actual street where cars are supposed to drive, not host impromptu water sports. And that's a guy in a kayak just vibing his way to the bank or Trader Joe's, or maybe the last dry patch of land in Phoenix. Honestly, at this point, throw in a dolphin and call it Venice. Apparently, Phoenix is one flamingo away from becoming Florida. And not to be outdone by Phoenix's dramatic weather meltdown, Tempe was like, hold my iced coffee, and jumped headfirst into the whole end-of-world aesthetic. I mean, we're talking 70-mile-an-hour winds, sideways rain that felt personal, and chaos that looked straight out of a disaster film. Some poor guy caught it all on video from his office, probably wondering, should I finish these emails or start building an ark? Massive trees down, windows exploding like popcorn, and offices looking like they lost a bar fight with Mother Nature. Honestly, all that was missing was a swarm of locusts and dramatic soundtracks.
Is anybody in here?
Meanwhile, in Minnesota, a woman's cruising down a rural road when, oh hey, what's that up ahead? Oh, just a literal tornado casually strolling across the road like it owns the place. Most people would, I don't know, stop, maybe slow down, but nope, not our girl. Nah, she just drives straight towards it like it's a tumbleweed or a slightly aggressive cloud. Totally fine, totally normal. The twister crosses the road, saunters off, probably flipping off some cows. And then she finally decides to pull over. Why? Oh, just because it started launching debris down the road like confetti at a disaster parade. Ooh, a tornado. Ma'am, this isn't a zoo exhibit.
Okay, sometimes you just need a little brain candy because why not?
Ever see a 750-pound muskox face off with a 210-pound pumpkin? No contest. The pumpkin never stood a chance. But honestly, would you expect anything less from a creature that looks like a prehistoric shag carpet with rage issues? In case you were wondering, muskoxen smell like a middle school locker room. The musk in muskox isn't just for show. Males release a powerful scent to attract mates. Basically, it's the Arctic version of Axe body spray. And they're ancient. Muskoxen have been around since the Ice Age. Yeah, while mammoths and saber-toothed cats were peacing out, muskoxen were like, nah, we're good, and just kept doing muskox things.
And on that note, we gotta go. But while we are apart, we will be searching for so much more caught on clip. Until then. Welcome to Caught on Clips, a show that takes you around the world, highlighting some of the wildest, wackiest, jaw-dropping videos. From heart-stopping to heartwarming, fascinating to funny, these are videos we really don't want you to miss. I'm your host, Holly Furfur. Our first clip is titled, Crisis Averted, but cool video. On the Oklahoma Turnpike, a police cruiser spotted a semi looking, let's say, mechanically stressed. Smoke, vibrations, the whole dramatic vibe from the trailer's rear axle. So the officer does the responsible thing and signals the truck to pull over. As the semi eased onto the shoulder, one of the dual tires decided it had better plans. Literally bounced into traffic, landing right in front of a passing black SUV. Now, this is where things could have gone very badly, very fast. Enter the SUV driver, who clearly skipped panic day in driver's ed. He moved the tires safely and basically prevented a turnpike pileup that could have been headline news for all the wrong reasons. A 10-month-old baby is alive today thanks to two NYPD officers who jumped into action when every second counted.
He has been colorful, so.
The first time parents noticed their child was not breathing and knew immediately something was lodged in his throat. Officers knew exactly what to do to dislodge whatever was stuck there. And within seconds, the cry everyone wanted to hear. The baby was breathing, and Mom and Dad breathing a sigh of relief.
Hey.
EMS was on the scene to take the baby to the hospital just to be sure. And you just watched heroes at work. In a bold display of criminal mastermind energy, a man attempted to flee from police and did so screaming at full volume. As if things weren't going badly enough, he upped the drama by hurling a loaded firearm mid-sprint, presumably thinking, if I can't see the gun, maybe they can't either. Yeah, they could. Also, physics is real.
Chauncey, come out here. You gotta get open, Chauncey, stop! Get on the ground! Slow down, slow. Turn over! Turn over! Stop, bro. You're yelling. Stop. Chauncey, slow down. We're done.
He now faces multiple charges, including felony carrying a concealed weapon, tampering with physical evidence, and resisting an officer without violence, but maximum decibels. All right, our next clip is from, oh, look, shocker, Hillsborough County yet again. This one is another chase. A few Tampa teens mistake golf cart for getaway vehicle, and shockingly, it was not fast enough. So after realizing their stolen Chariot of Glory was not exactly built for evasion, the suspects ditched the cart and took off on foot. Pro tip, if your master plan involves outrunning cops and a helicopter, maybe stretch first, or at least wear better shoes.
You guys want us to come in or not? Yeah, come in, they're running westbound. Gray hoodies at Fall Circle, looks like you guys have red shorts. Gray hoodies through Fall, continuing southbound. Heading back east or eastbound. Through Fall Road, continuing eastbound by the pond. Looks like we are coming 1025 by the back of.
One kid really gave it a go, though. Someone check to see if he's on the track team. All right, the Hillsborough County sheriffs were busy with dumb criminals, so why don't we stick with them? As they spot a 17-year-old who decided to take a rifle for a spin in Plant City, because why not? Unfortunately for him, detectives with a knack for timing and a search warrant on his phone were watching.
He's under last overpass. All right, green light. All right, hands are out. Looks like he's looking back at you guys. Empty hands, walking back your way, hands up.
After a traffic stop, cops uncovered 3 rifles, $34,000 in cash, a mountain of THC resin, seriously, 120 pounds, weed, ammo, and enough charges to make a lawyer sweat. All right, big shout out now to an Illinois police officer who officially wins Most Heroic Human of the Day. And it was all caught on clip by a traffic camera. So picture this, a woman just driving along, minding her business, when life decides to throw a curveball. She starts choking, total panic mode. She pulls over, jumps out of the car, probably thinking, well, this is not how I planned my Tuesday. Enter our hero cop, just casually cruising by like, something looks off. He stops, figures out what's happening, and immediately goes into full action movie mode, performs the Heimlich, and bam, airway cleared, crisis averted. The woman is fine, the cop is a legend, and humanity gets one tiny gold star for the day. We've all seen what a hurricane looks like from the ground. Wind howling, rain sideways, your neighbor's lawn flamingo achieving liftoff, and roofs pulling a full Wizard of Oz audition. Trees snapping like breadsticks, and you're just trying to remember if you bought enough snacks to survive the apocalypse. But check this out. It looks quite different from up there.
A bunch of absolute legends from the U.S. Air Force Reserve's 53rd Weather Reconnaissance Squadron, aka the Hurricane Hunters, decided to one-up Mother Nature by flying straight through Category 5 Hurricane Melissa, multiple times, on purpose. They cruised through the hurricane like it was a Sunday drive, all to collect critical data for the National Hurricane Center, which is science speak for doing something wildly dangerous so the rest of us don't have to. From up there, it looks totally different. Calm, majestic, beautiful even. Kinda like nature's way of saying, yeah, I'll destroy your roof later, but for now, enjoy the view. 2 men are now behind bars after a home invasion in Odessa, Florida that was caught on clip. It feels straight out of a true crime series, minus the clever criminals. Just as the scene hit peak horror movie vibes, an alarm blared, and the would-be masterminds bailed like cartoon villains caught mid-heist. But wait, it gets worse for them. Detectives later discovered an Apple AirTag taped under the victim's car. Yeah, taped, because when you're planning a felony, why not use a tracking device your grandma could buy at the Apple store? Our next tale begins with a man, a dream, and apparently zero understanding of how stores work. Some dude strutted into the store like he owned the place and decided it was Free Jersey Day. He started yanking a bunch off the rack like he was prepping for a costume change montage. Unfortunately for him, loss prevention had eyes, and just as our discount enthusiast was about to make his grand unpaid exit, they stepped in. Rather than, pay, the guy went full Hulk smash and shoved his way out of the door, dropping some of his loot mid-escape because apparently crime is heavy. He then bolted down the street, probably thinking he nailed his getaway. And now for today's episode of Wildlife Gone Wrong. A skunk in Washington County, Oregon decided to cosplay as a pickle and got its head stuck in a jar. A local resident spotted the striped bandit wandering around like it had lost both dignity and a GPS signal. Officers arrived on the scene to help the stinky little astronaut aboard its mission and get that jar off his head. Rumor has it the little guy is now the leader of a rogue trash gang. All right, need to take a quick break, but don't move. We will be back before you know it.
Welcome back to Caught on Clips. We have found some unbelievable videos for you. Wait till you see these. I'm your host, Holly Furfur. This next video will have you holding your breath. Police were called to the scene of a two-car crash, and they realized that under one of those overturned cars was an infant trapped and unconscious. Now, we want to warn you, this video may be disturbing to watch. Police body cam video shows the officer running to the scene and realizing time was of the essence, and then they had to get that baby out.
Under here. We need to move the car.
The officer and Good Samaritans were able to pick up the car enough to get the baby out, and he started CPR until paramedics arrived.
I can feel a breath. I feel her breathing.
They were able to revive her as you hear her tiny little gasps.
Cry, please.
Then the baby's cry, music to everyone's ears. Paramedics arrived and rushed her to the hospital. Well, thankfully, that baby is okay. I mean, just wow. All right, now to something to make us smile. NYPD got a call about a food truck. Not for a fight, not for a robbery, but because a tiny little kitten was trapped underneath and apparently sending out SOS meows. Enter the heroes in blue. Calm, competent, and honestly, ridiculously cute while doing it. They swooped in, rescued the little fluff ball, and somehow made saving a kitten look like a full-on action movie and a heart-melting rom-com all at once. And honestly, this might be one of my favorite videos. Not just for the adorable rescue, but because these cops practically too cute for the badge.
Hi, Katie.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Be careful. She might scratch. I'm holding her. You got her? Yeah, I got her. I'm holding her. Put her in the car. Smile for the camera. Look who found you. This cute guy. This cute guy found you, beautiful. You're so pretty. It's okay, you're safe.
Hey, all my single ladies, we need to find out if he's unattached. Just saying. All right, what was supposed to be a routine traffic stop for a busted taillight quickly turned into Florida Man bingo. Deputies searched the car and, surprise, they found the ultimate starter pack for terrible life choices. Cocaine, weed, a stolen gun, and about $2,200 in definitely not drug money.
Thank you, sir. So, your tag lights look to be not
One's
working.
dim.
Can I
Yes,
show,
dim.
just so I can say, I can show you, mind if I come over here and show you real quick? All right.
Dim right. On this side.
You got so much money. Holy moly. You mind putting
I work in the club.
You might have a warrant. Let me put your warrant. I'm going to just double check, though, all right?
Yeah, okay.
0. I got you.
The driver, a convicted felon with a resume full of bad decisions, is now adding a few new achievements to his collection. Felony in possession of a firearm, armed possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver, and driving with a suspended license. Again, the third time's a charm, right? At this point, the only thing he hasn't stolen is a clue. All right, now to Ohio, where an Ohio Department of Transportation Freeway Safety Patrol truck, yeah, that's a thing, had just finished doing the heroic thing, helping clear a crash scene, when it got an unwelcome hug from another vehicle. Spoiler alert, nobody was seriously hurt. You see it drifting to the right. Hello? There's a massive truck literally right there, veering right, veering right. Hi, that giant truck in front of you exists. Oh, okay, there it is. And yep, whoops. All right, just when you thought life couldn't get any weirder, Plano, Texas police were called to a Spirit Halloween store for, wait for it, a monkey on the loose. Yeah, a real live diaper-wearing monkey turned the store into a live-action version of Jumanji. Police were called, shoppers screamed, and the monkey wearing a diaper because of, well, of course, he was being chased like it had a coupon that was expiring in about 5 minutes. Imagine being the police officer called to this situation. You're out here thinking it's going to be a traffic stop or maybe a noise complaint. And dispatch hits you with, yeah, we got a monkey loose at a Spirit Halloween. Fantastic. Exactly what the Academy prepared you for. The chaos begins as the tiny primate turned the store into its own jungle gym, climbing, swinging, and generally showing shoppers who really runs the Halloween aisle. Eyewitnesses report screams, startled cashiers, and at least one skeleton that may never recover emotionally. Backup gets called because wrangling a diaper-wearing primate in a Halloween store isn't exactly covered in basic training. At some point, someone had a stroke of genius. A cookie. Oh, yeah. The owner waves it like a tiny edible peace treaty. And miracle of miracles, the monkey is coaxed down. Case closed. The store is intact-ish. Shoppers live to tell the tale, and the monkey, well, likely updating its LinkedIn profile to professional Halloween menace. Moral of the story, if you think your Halloween is going to be spooky, just remember, somewhere in Texas, a monkey has already upstaged you. On that note of monkey business, we have to take a quick break because, honestly, we just can't compete with a primate on the jungle gym. Back in a moment. Welcome back to Caught on Clips. We spent hours scouring the internet to find the wildest, craziest, most unbelievable clips just for you. I'm your host, Holly Furfer. All right, let's head over to the Netherlands, where a heart-stopping moment was caught on clip. It was a beautiful day in a town called Metteren when a security cam pointed down toward the railroad tracks captured a scene with a truck which happened to be loaded down with pears, trying to cross the tracks, but struggling. You can see the driver inching forward, Something's clearly not right. He tries to back up, gives it another shot, and that's when the warning gates begin to drop. And we realize a train is barreling towards him. He tries to floor it, desperate to clear the tracks, but it's too late. The train slams into the truck, sending debris and pears flying everywhere. 5 people were hurt, but thankfully everyone is going to be okay. In this next clip, Tampa police were tracking a reckless driver from the sky with ground units closing in as the chase unfolded. The 22-year-old behind the wheel, already known for street racing, kept pushing the limits, speeding off the interstate and tearing through city streets. Then, in a split second, it all went horribly wrong.
Yeah, we got 2 that are racing on the highway now. So just went over him, okay?
They're going to be GOA on this.
FHP's attempting a pit.
Bring me 10 a.m. At least it's one of that house.
Sadly, 4 people died, 1 other was injured. All right, this next story is a shining example of what not to do when life hands you a shovel. Police were called after reports of a disturbance and were met with a 15-year-old auditioning for the role of Florida Thor, as she apparently decided their patrol car was her mortal enemy and took that shovel straight to the hood. Clang, clang, $1,200 worth of artistic expression. Naturally, the cops were not too thrilled about their cruiser's new battle damage aesthetic, so they took her into custody, where she now faces a felony criminal mischief charge. So to recap, if your day ever gets rough, maybe try journaling or yoga or literally anything else before you start whacking police cars with gardening tools. All right, this next clip, behold, another shining example of why teen brains come with the under construction sign firmly attached. In this episode of What Were You Thinking? A 15-year-old turned rush hour traffic into a live-action video game. So picture this. It's rush hour. Everyone's just trying to survive their commute. And here comes a boy on an electric dirt bike. Cops see him, flip on the sirens and the lights, and the kid's like, haha, nope. And starts doing stunts on the sidewalk like he's got plot armor and 0 frontal lobe. Deputies report the teen reached speeds close to 70 miles an hour because apparently red lights and sidewalks are just suggestions now. Eventually, physics and poor decision-making catch up, literally, when he launches himself into a ditch and gets stuck. Deputies arrest him without incident, mostly because his bike was too busy getting intimate with the mud. Congrats, champ. You've officially unlocked the Felony at 15 achievement. All right, buckle up, because this next video is, well, something else. So here we are in Royal Oak, Michigan, where officers pull over a car reported for driving a little creative on the road. Upon inspection, they find an open container, the universal symbol of I make great decisions, and a driver who seems, let's say, a few drinks into her spiritual journey. While the officers are chatting her up, she apparently decides, you know what, I'm done, and throws it in drive and pieces out. She speeds off straight into an alley because nothing says great escape plan like a dead end. But wait, it gets better. She rockets into the parking lot of an Ulta and crashes into the building. Now, most people would take this as a sign from the universe to stop, but nope, she tries to back out, literally, by doing a 142-point turn and ramming a patrol car. Then, just to really commit, she drives deeper into the store, turning Ulta into a drive-thru. Eventually, her car gives up before she does, getting stuck on the debris of her own chaos. Officers took her into custody, probably while she was still trying to put that car in reverse, proving once again that nothing good ever happens after hold my drink. All right, now a huge shout out to some real MVPs of the day. Those random heroes saw a man trapped in a burning car and decided, yeah, let's risk spontaneous combustion to save this guy. Absolute legends. Hey, some heroes wear capes, others just happen to be nearby when life decides to go full fireball. All right, apparently the universe decided to show off the Northern Lights. Yes, the fancy sky disco, usually reserved for Alaska and Iceland. It said, you know what? Let's take this show on tour.
Whoa.
Illinois got into the action. Like this guy, who clearly had no idea what was happening, but decided to film it anyway.
That's insane.
So yeah, the sky was on fire, science was sciencing, and half the country is about to claim they manifested it. All right, finally, let's head to the Memphis Zoo. It was party time for Akila and Jamila, the resident lion queens turning 17. Staff went all out with treats, toys, and festive decorations, which apparently the lions mistook for an all-you-can-eat buffet. No teenage brains here, just two majestic cats living their best treat-yourself lives. Happy birthday, ladies. Keep roaring and ignoring instructions. Well, sadly, we've run out of time, but don't worry, we'll be back with much more Caught on Clips. Until next time.
I'm John Lieberman. For years, I was a correspondent at America's Most Wanted, hunting the world's most dangerous fugitives, trying to bring justice to victims and the victims' families. In the next hour, the hunt, the fear, the chaos. These are the stories of America's most infamous criminals and the relentless pursuit that brought them down. From bombing attacks shaking a city to cold-blooded murders inside a family home, every fugitive thought they could hide, but the law had other plans. This is not just crime, this is justice in action. We'll tell you the stories of the criminals, their victims, and law enforcement's pursuits. This is Captured. We begin on April 15th, 2013. Two bombs explode near the finish line of the Boston Marathon. Lives shattered, a city under siege, and a manhunt that would grip the nation.
And we come to you this evening with extremely disturbing breaking news from the city of Boston.
It was Monday, April 15th, 2013. I was on the air hosting my radio show only moments after chaos erupted at the storied Boston Marathon.